barbershop. It's the barbershop. I mean, we can't talk street in the barbershop. Then where can we talk street? We can't talk street nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
you gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits, I'm losing shit. A stupid myth, you choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
What's up? What's up? Hey, can y'all hear me? Put a one in the chat. If you can hear me, your boy. Lost in translation. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So good to see you, man. Listen, it is another episode, a barbershop talk episode. God wants men to suffer.
What?
We talked about that last week. And got into a deep conversation. I want to carry that over to the barbershop this week when we were talking about that last week, why men should be suffering. That's crazy. But we're going to get into it. Man, but the Velvet Voice of YouTube is in the building tonight. Velvet Voice of YouTube, how are you, my brother?
Come on inside and get yourself something cool to drink.
Oh, yes. You know I'm well this evening, man. Thank you for asking. Now, the question of the evening is, how are you, sir?
Man, you know I'm sunshine and partly cloudy. I am honeymoon happy and peacock proud to be sitting in the barbershop with such astute black men tonight on the show, and can't wait to have the conversation with a bunch of guys. Guys, remember, if you want to be a part of the show tonight, your camera must be on moving forward on the Black Men Unfiltered Network. We need to see your face in the place. We need you to stand on business, and we need to see it in your eyes. So make sure your camera's on. It's pinned at the top of the chat if you guys want to come in. We'll definitely get you guys on the panel to have the conversation. Who do we have in the sanctuary tonight, my brother?
Well, it looks like the first person that we have is none other than Embrace the Grace, as always. A pleasure to have you in the building. Also, we have Katelia in the building as well. Thank you so much for coming. As always, it's a pleasure. Then we also have A-Team in the building. She said, hello, my gorgeous Latina sister, Grace. You know what I'm saying? Always acknowledging. And yes, the one and only Melania in the house. How you doing, darling? As always, it's a pleasure to have you in the building. Followed by the one and only boss man, standing on business, is ready to go as usual. And of course, you know, we have the lovely Lala looking on from the bushes. You know what I'm saying? From way over yonder. Then we also have Conscious Queen 84. She says, peace and infinite blessings. Good evening to you, darling.
Hey, girl.
Behave. Hey, we also have Take Heed to the Message in the building. Listen, if you guys haven't subscribed to Take Heed to the Message, make sure you go on over there and get yourself some doggone good message and some good word. Today's show was good today. If y'all had an opportunity to take a look at it, please go over there and take a look. Hit subscribe. Yes, indeed. And we also have JT from the What We Know podcast in the building. What's happening, JT? He's ready in the back and ready to go. And who else do we have? I think. Who else do we have? Let me see. Oh, yes, we have the one on the Almanize. I didn't want to leave her out. You know, she came in. She slipped in with a church finger up. You know what I'm saying? Who else do we have sliding in? Here we go. Mahogany, Roots, and MJ in the building. Yes, indeed. Who else do we have? I think that is all. That's it for now. Of course, you know they're going to slide
Lala
in.
down there now. Lala down there now.
Where's Lala? Oh, there she go. What's happening, Lala?
What up, la 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 la?
Is he showing out?
What's going on, girl? All right. The conscious queen laughing our ass out, bro. We got her laughing already. She ain't been in here 10 minutes. All right.
Exactly.
But guys, we have a really important conversation tonight, and it's breaking up on my in-law. So if I start sounding robotish, let me know. I'll restart my whole system and come back.
It ain't you, man. It's StreamYard because it's doing the same on my side.
It's messing up
a little bit, but you're good. Keep going.
Okay. So, welcome to the show, guys. Listen again, guys. If you want to come up, the link is at the top of the chat. Pause. And Lala said, "Let me find out you can sing." And y'all can come in. Man, she got to find out real quick. Like, Boss Man got a little voice on him too, though. I heard one day he was over here singing. I said, "Look at this Tevin Campbell ass motherfucker."
Hey, we got the barbershop choir over here, don't it?
Yeah, hell yeah. We got JT in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Give it up to JT from the What We Know podcast.
What's going on, boy?
JT, you on mute, man. Messing up your
Yeah. Hell yeah. What's going on, fellas? What's popping?
What's happening, JT? What's up, man?
Chilling.
Baby, it's you the way you want. Here in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Boss Man, what's going on?
Give it up.
What up?
What's happening, New Age Ralph Transvat? What's happening, man?
Old Ralphie, boy. God damn, nigga can sing, boy. Oh, Lord. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage right now, he just got through.
Oh, not the Apollo.
Oh, my God. Listen, they said he just got through stripping. And he tried something. He hurt his ankle the other night. They said he was stripping and put the baby oil on his legs, but it slipped down under his feet. He went to grab the pole and went right into the casket at the wake. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Yours truly, the ex-dancer himself. The continent is in the building. Matter of fact, I'm wrong. Lost in translation. Can you please introduce the continent as you always do?
Deep down from the land down under. Ladies and gentlemen, know him as Chocolate Thunder. Those others know him as the Chocolate Wonder. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your favorite boomer, Mr. R. Payne.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
Oh, yeah. It's simply because more and more true every day.
What's going on, Payne?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's that, R. Payne?
Steaming. So now that we have all the members of the choir.
Yeah. R. Payne gonna start us out.
With
the first selection.
I appreciate it. You know, what we're gonna do with the choir? We're gonna sing. What you got in the
whoa, put your clothes back on, nigga. What is
I'm just adjusting the straps, man.
All right, okay.
What's going on, nigga? What's going on?
Jesus. Listen, I wouldn't subject you guys to that horror, man, at all, okay? Trust me.
He got great taco meat. This turn him off.
All right, guys. Man, welcome to the show, guys. We got Boss Man R. Payne in the building. JT Lost in Translation is in the building. Man, I want to see how you guys are doing tonight. Boss Man, how are you? How's the wife? How's the kids? How's the family, brother?
We are doing well. We're doing well. Hanging in there. It's been a rough ride. This week has been hectic as far as busy wise, with work and stuff and school and all that good trash, you know. But for the most part, everyone's well, safe and sound. All right, we're doing well over here. How's everybody?
All right, thank you, brother. Good, man. JT, how are you, man, over there, Detroit Lion?
Oh yeah, you know, I'm still, you know, I had to get the other game, get those cowgirls out of our head because we about to go ahead with Minnesota, so we can tear the horns off them cats, and we're gonna play them in their home too. I think we about to go over there and kick over all their furniture, slap their kids. We ain't playing with our food this week. Nah. So I've been doing well, man. Been doing well. The family is doing well. We back into that change. It's no longer summertime here anymore. So it's time to wear our hat, our skull caps, and put our jackets on. We don't really wear coats no more. I don't know too many people wear coats, but yeah, we doing well, man. Absolutely.
All right, man. Arpain, how are you doing, man? I know you hurt your ankle the other night, but how are you doing?
Fell in the casket.
If I'm from the continent, how come I can't be like Shaka Zulu or somebody like that? You know what I'm saying?
Shaka Boo Boo. Listen, you know.
Anyway, but everything's cool, man. You know, everything's cool. You reach my age, man. Everything's cool, man. I don't got nothing to complain about.
Mm-hmm. It's good to see you, my brother.
Yeah, man. Hanging out.
And Lost in Translation, man. How was your day-to-day, brother? What did you get into? Who did you get into? Talk to us.
Well, first of all, it was a work day today. You know what I'm saying? So I got a little bit of rest, man, before I came on. I needed to get some sleep because, you know, we had a late night last night, as always. But outside of that, man, everything is good, man. I slept most of the day. Well, I worked most of the day and slept before I came on, but that's about it.
Okay. All right, man. Well, it's good to have all you guys on. Again, guys, if you want to donate to the channel, it's at the bottom of the screen right now. Scroll in, make sure you hit that catch up for your boy, and I'll play you guys something. Also, we're about to get into some good conversation. I got a video I want to start out with you guys. Damn, boy, these videos are about to be terrible. But tonight is about suffering. And Either Man is in the chat already, starting with Boss Man, saying that Boss Man wants us to suffer.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, man. He's already started with me already.
Yeah, he said he wants to suffer by voting for Kamala, K-Mama.
Jesus Christ.
But I want y'all to see this video. We'll discuss it after. Here we go.
Right, and this is just a PSA to those. I'm HIV positive, right? And this is just a PSA to those that are not HIV positive. Disclosure is my choice. When I disclose and how I disclose and who I disclose to is up to me. I find it so crazy how people are telling me that I need to disclose before I go on a date, that I need to disclose before I kiss somebody. This is the craziest one. Before I even tell them my name. It's not happening. I don't think that it's my responsibility to tell someone that I'm HIV positive if they are treating me as if I'm not. Your health is your responsibility. Adopt the mindset of medical practitioners. Assume that everyone has something until they prove to you that they do not. Why are you kissing a stranger or trying to kiss a stranger that you just met? Why are you trying to have intercourse with someone raw that you just met? You don't know me from a hole in a wall. Why are you trying to put your thing inside of me without any kind of protection? Why do I have to be the one to say, hey, chill out, I'm HIV positive, instead of you asking, taking the time to know me, get to know me, let's go get tested together if you want to take the next step? Why do I have to be the one protecting you from yourself? No, baby, that is not my responsibility. And I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, love you, bye.
Oh, Boss Man, you can go first.
I know you weren't ready, man.
This is the world we live in today, boss. Come on, talk to me.
All right. Okay. All right. I can do it. All right. Here we go. I'll take the easier side first, just really quick. When you are engaging out in the world, just out here, hitting it in general, you should protect yourself in general. Okay. That just goes without saying. Okay. It's just a responsible thing to do anyway. Okay. Okay. Now, the fuck? And I say that with a little bit of understanding, okay, of how HIV works, okay? But the fuck. And I say that because you are literally a walking case of attempted murder. Repeat, rewind. You are a walking case of attempted murder. You're not walking around here with syphilis. You're not walking around here with herpes. You're not walking around here with anything that can be cleared up, wiped away, or tolerated. You are literally a situation where you are literally a walking fucking case. So no, that is not something you cannot disclose to someone if you are doing anything performatively that could actually transmit it. No, kissing someone to a degree is not a sure shot way of transmitting it. However, let's say you ate something that creates lacerations. Yes, you could then transmit it. So then, yes, you have anything that you are doing that could possibly transmit it. You have a responsibility if you are transmitting something that is deadly. People were walking around here punching people just because they coughed during COVID. And they were damn near having a fit. So no, I talked about this Wednesday on accountability. You just have an issue of being in that situation and you just don't like it. Now I'm going to say if this was a man standing up here on this goddamn Beyonce's internet saying this shit, we wouldn't be having this damn conversation, because that woman right there, I mean, that man hypothetically would be vilified. That man would be eviscerated, excoriated. Oh, seriously? That video should be blasted across every damn phone like a goddamn Amber Alert. Because I will say it again and I'll end my mic. She is a walking goddamn attempted murder fucking case. What the fuck? Over.
Man. Our pain. She's a beautiful woman. I know back in the day, you would have bust them cheeks wide open and got HIV. What's going on?
No, I would hope she would have told me before I put the tip
She
in.
just said she wasn't going to tell you shit.
No. Well, hold on now. This is the reason why she's insidious. Boss man said a little bit because she put a little bit of the truth into a whole lie of omission, right? Because everybody should protect themselves at all times. But a woman naturally knows when a man steps to her, he wants to do everything under the sun to her. You know what I'm saying? So I say. I hope this video goes viral, and it probably will. You found it, so a lot of people will find it. It'd be interesting to see what the comments say, if you have any of those. See what people responding to her say. But here's my thing. I think
a lot of the women, I'm gonna go back and find it. A lot of the women were agreeing with her. That's what made me want to share it. A lot of the women were saying, you don't have to tell them niggas shit. They ain't your husband. That's what the comments were saying.
Yeah, okay. So, but what I'm saying, let me just finish it here. I just think that the disclosure should come as part of the dating phase before the first kiss happens. Before the first intimate touching happens, she needs to disclose that. Now, whether it's that the first night I meet her or not, because you know what, sometimes the first night doesn't matter because we're never going to see each other again. But before we get any kind of intimacy, she's got to disclose that shit. And that includes kissing. Yeah, I'm done.
JT?
So this is a clear case of projection. Did you hear what she was saying? Who was she talking to? Her. Why should I disclose if I have HIV to you? So I don't turn out like your ass. The answer is already, you have the answer. Why? Why do I have to disclose? So I don't turn out like your ass. So she's projecting, because all the things she's asking, why did I have to do? If she would have took those precautions, her ass would not be in that position. Absolutely. At all.
Exactly.
So she is not of any authority to tell somebody what they need to do. She's not in any authority to do that. You're on mute, boss man. Oh, okay. But yeah, this is a clear case of projection, and she's being a troll also. I don't believe a lot of that. She needs more people. I don't believe her. She needs more people.
Yeah.
I ended there.
Lost in translation.
You already know where I'm gonna go with this.
So you're dating her, Lost, and then you see this video 3 days after y'all went on y'all first date.
No, this ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you why. This is a clear case of manipulation. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna wait until you get emotionally invested into somebody, and then you spring some stuff like that on that. Nothing is a mood killer like a liar, man. You know what I'm saying?
Get your ass beat.
Hey, did you hear what I said? I can't stand a liar, man. You know, if you lie by omission, you know, you'll lie by anything. And waiting until you're ready to disclose that. See, here's the thing. When your rights rub up against my rights, then we got a problem. You know what I'm saying? Here's another classic case, gentlemen, why you should remain a gentleman at all times. Because a gentleman wouldn't put himself in a situation like this in the first place. You see what I'm saying? You don't know what type of women that you're dealing with, especially these types, because they look so good. The woman of your dreams, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, gentlemen, you have to protect yourself at all times. You have women who will go out here and wait till you get to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dates before you even get the first kiss, all type of weird stuff, man. It's basic manipulation. And I think that men should remain gentlemen all times. You should, before you even go out on the first date, you should have that conversation on the phone. You should be able to get to know that person over the phone, everything, before you even commit to even meeting in person or even putting yourself in danger. Remember, you still have to make sure you protect yourself from not only yourself, from her and your future kids or whatever that may come out of that. But I think that is awful that she automatically assumes that people are going to treat her different because she has HIV. She doesn't know that. So my thing is you're taking my thoughts away from me because you automatically assume I'm going to treat you differently than you would if I found out that you didn't. It's still up to me to make sure that I make that decision. But my thing is this: you can't lie about it and leave it out until the last moment, until you get everything that you want to get out of it, because your life is already ruined. You already don't have anything to lose. So why not act a fool and do whatever it is you want to do? Because you already basically threw your life down the drain. Now, my thing is this: if you had a situation where somebody gave you that, then that's some therapy that needs to take place, because you shouldn't go around doing stuff like that, assuming people are going to treat you a different way, and then springing this stuff after they got emotionally involved, have that emotional capital built up, and you want to use it to your advantage. And it also makes the other person bitter because they're going to have the same reaction like we had tonight. I can't believe we got women in the world that's like this. That's going to tank that man's idea of what the next woman would be. And all it's going to do is going to continue to snowball, and we're going to have this gender war mess that we have right now where nobody really trusts each other. Think about it. The most intimate parts between a man and a woman is their ability to meet each other in the mind. Right. And if your mind is messed up, then your body will follow. And that's the problem that I have with this video. Go ahead, Black man.
Well, I'm going to use my time to replay the video because people in the chat are asking me to replay the video. So I'll use my time. But I will say, because, I keep it unfiltered. I can't name the channel that without doing it. This is how you get fucked up. If I'm dating you for 6 months or 3 months and I'm kissing you in the mouth after you just cut your tongue or you have a lesion in your mouth, and we got to keep it real. It's the barbershop. And bitch, I go and I found out I'm HIV positive because you didn't disclose that to me. I'm going to be on the news. We're going to have a fucking problem. I think, and this is, I'm going to say this, I'm going to play the video again. This is why we do what we do here on the Black Men Unfiltered Network. This is why we have the conversations that we have. There are men out there that say, oh, women are great. Don't call them bitches. Don't call them hoes. They're wonderful. Just love them and cuddle on them. Oh. No. This is why we got to call that shit out. And we got to stay on task, fellas, because how many men, look at this woman. I'm going to play the video again. Look at her. She's gorgeous.
She is. Absolutely gorgeous.
And BMU, really quick, one thing I will say is that I hope this is not the case, and I'm going to admit this may be a little bit of projection, but I'm thinking and I'm hoping this. I am wrong, but I'm hoping that this is not the case. That she may be using this, if this is true, using this as a hope that it goes viral, so that way there is a case of a deniability in the sense that she did disclose it, on a chance that it goes viral and everyone gets a chance to see it, to avoid having to constantly relive the experience of having to tell somebody over and over again. If it is traumatic for her to be able to disclose it to another person, another person, another person. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, one more thing though, BMU, before you go, I'll be real quick. We said she's fine, right? But as she started talking, that beauty started to rub right off as you listen to the words coming from her mouth. I mean, it's at the end of the video, she ain't that pretty no more.
Yep.
Not because of the disease, because of her mindset.
And her mouth.
Right.
It just gets to a point where when she says, just imagine this. You find out that you have HIV and you was with her. And then you come to her and say, do you have HIV? And she'll say yes. And you have the conversation. And her whole thing would be, you should have asked me before you slept with me. You know how much it makes her look ugly to do that, and to have that whole attitude of, it's your fault. I don't care. You know, if you ever seen someone that has that type, and as beautiful as she is aesthetically, it does fade, because all you want to do now is choke and wring her neck. What you see is now in the face, like her head look big now, her forehead look, you can find all the kinks about her because of what she's did, because now you don't see it the way that you saw it before.
She's like Tyrese Gibson's girl.
Well, you know what's crazy?
Yeah,
I just looked her up. She's close to 1 million followers, and she has a whole channel. And on the channel, it's called Living with HIV.
You know what? Let me explain something to you.
I don't believe you. You need more people. I'm telling you, she sounds like she's trolling.
Listen, I don't think people understand the gravity of this. Let me put it in a way that you ladies can understand it.
Hold on. Let me inject you with this needle, pause, before you go, because I want you to add this to what you're about to say.
Go ahead.
One of the videos that she has on here, it said, this is what I don't understand, stupid bitch. She said, why I stayed with the man who gave me HIV is one of the videos. But you're encouraging other women who are HIV positive.
Trolling. Yes. Yes.
Go ahead, Loss.
Listen, ladies, I'm gonna give it to you in case you think she's right. I'm gonna put it in such a way that you can understand it. Say, for instance, you meet this guy. He's filthy, loaded, rich. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, one day he wakes up and starts punching you in your face. He said, "You didn't ask me if I had went to therapy or not." You see what I'm saying? You should have known better. You know, getting this type of money don't come easy. I had to roll some heads. You see what I'm saying? That's the equivalent of what she's doing right now. Don't you think that would be important to disclose that you're a psychopath? You know what I'm saying? Right here beating the brakes off of folks, you know, but you didn't disclose it. Well, ma'am, you didn't ask me to go to therapy with you and get a full eval, psych eval, now did you? You see what I'm saying? You see how crazy that sounds? That's exactly what she's doing. That's exactly what she's doing.
Yes.
Like, man, run the tape back for the new folks. I think they slide.
I'm about to run the tape back, but this reminds me of Adam and Eve. Eve did not disclose to Adam that she had that fruit from the tree of life. Let me say it again. She didn't, when she went to Adam, she didn't say, listen, I took this off the tree. You told me not to take it off. She didn't say that. She said, baby, eat some of this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
She hand fed him.
Let me play this video again for you guys. Lord have mercy. Here she go.
That are not. I'm HIV positive, right? And this is just a PSA to those that are not HIV positive. Disclosure is my choice. When I disclose and how I disclose and who I disclose to is up to me. I find it so crazy how people are telling me that I need to disclose before I go on a date, that I need to disclose before I kiss somebody. This is the craziest one. Before I even tell them my name. It's not happening. I don't think that it's my responsibility to tell someone that I'm HIV positive if they are treating me as if I'm not. Your health is your responsibility. Adopt the mindset of medical practitioners. Assume that everyone has something until they prove to you that they do not. Why are you kissing a stranger or trying to kiss a stranger that you just met? Why are you trying to have intercourse with someone raw that you just met? You don't know me from a hole in a wall. Why are you trying to put your thing inside of me without any kind of protection? Why do I have to be the one to say, hey, chill out, I'm HIV positive, instead of you asking, taking the time to know me, get to know me, let's go get tested together if you want to take the next step. Why do I have to be the one protecting you from yourself? No, baby, that is not my responsibility. And I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, love you, bye.
How many steps does it take, man, for you to get to the point where you're about to get tested? How much time is being wasted before you decide to get tested? You see what I'm saying?
That shit lame as fuck.
Yeah, it's lame, Cam. That's crazy, man.
It's really bullshit. I mean, when you think about it, if I'm on a first date with the chick, right, I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna be busting those cheeks. So let's go get tested before the second date. How do they turn that back on you? Why are you assuming you're gonna get any of this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing? So I mean, the only thing a man can do is protect himself at all times. If you know that she likes you and it's time to get intimate, I think people should probably go get that test, especially if there's a possibility of raw dogging happening. But she still needs to disclose that shit, man, at some point before you get intimate at all.
But if you see her full body, she bad. And I'm not saying that just I'm saying she's bad. And my thing, big titties, big ass, small stomach, she ain't fat, she bad. And my thing is this: if you in a heated moment with this woman, you already kissing in the mouth. You already kissing in the mouth. Can you imagine what man would stop?
That's my line. That's my line. The hardest thing a man will ever do.
If you're not familiar with Arpain been teaching us this for a long time, y'all. Arpain said this months ago, and it helps with this video. This is what he said.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
Okay. But our pain.
Yes, sir.
On the first night, though.
Shit.
Did you hear what he said? It's steaming.
Steaming.
It's hot and it's willing.
Boss man, do you know how many women back in the day women will make you fight? Women work for the coochie. Now women are not. No, they're fucking you the first night. There are women out here that say, "Get this pussy in the back seat of this Honda tonight."
That's the one thing the young boys told me. I was just on a live the other day, Wednesday, when you had your show. Too bad I missed too much of it. A guy came on, young boy, not young, but he's 30 something, right? He was saying his body count was in the 70s.
Yeah,
I don't know how they got it.
It sounded like you was talking about the temperature outside. He in the 70s. Ain't that a bitch?
He was mean girls. He says, man, I work hard, man. When I just get right to business. We believed him too.
Imagine Arpain. Boss man. Let me put a picture in your head. Imagine this. You take this woman on a date. She fine as shit, right? You take on a date. She said, "Let's go back to my place and have a glass of wine." You get there. She pours you a glass of wine. The music is low. Everything is amazing. She's talking sweet lessons in your fucking ear.
You got
And
the
then
music
she
on.
comes in. Let me get more comfortable, and she come in her boy shorts or whatever, and she start rubbing that knee and that thigh up against
I've been
yours,
really
and kissing you in the neck.
baby.
You tell me how many men would say, "No, baby, nah, this is the first night. Oh, we can't. Oh no, I ain't gonna be able."
Come on, boy.
No,
Man. Come on, man. You ain't.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is not that men wouldn't take the opportunity if it was offered to them. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's actually being offered on the first night. That's when I am. That's when I am.
We understand each other.
When you thought
Hey,
it
by
was
the
gonna
way,
get
the
off.
brother I was talking about, you met him last. You met him on your show. That first time.
man, let me see your face, what?
That guy that I was talking about, you met him on your show, boss man. He came up to your show afterwards. The guy with the I guess the colored hair, the God bless me or whatever his name was.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
he was on the show with me and Precious right earlier that day. So he was
tracking.
just, yeah.
Okay. Now
So
here's
you
the
met
other
him.
question.
He's a cool brother.
And here's the other question I have to the panel.
There you go.
The lady mentioned that. BMU. Point of clarification. Didn't she mention that she's married?
She said she stayed with the guy that gave her HIV. That's what she said on the video.
Right, but on her page, on social media somewhere, referenced she's married, right?
Right.
Okay. So she's talking on the video about not disclosing, given the fact that she's kissing people. Something doesn't match.
No,
Boss man, let me help you out, man. Let me help you out, boss man. Let me help you out, boss man. Just because she's married.
She also said HIV is a flex.
Far worse than the actual diseases. Still live a beautiful, fulfilling life. You have children, get married, through the whole nine. So what is not a flex about that? I'm sorry.
She said having HIV is a flex. Go ahead. I'm telling you, I got y'all faces right now. Y'all motherfuckers like y'all lost.
What does that mean? HIV is a flex.
She said HIV is a flex.
I'm sorry. I'm making all kinds of new fucking faces tonight because I'm goddamn confused. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Lost.
I got something to say.
Well, where's your face?
I ain't got something to say. Y'all ain't gonna see my
where's your face?
You got something to say, but where's your face?
I can't be seen with Carmel support, so I
Well
can't
then,
come up today.
well then.
I don't want to be labeled. No,
But he driving. I don't want him to run off in the ditch.
Come on.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right. Go ahead.
But I do want to say I came up here because I'm man enough to say Black Man Unfiltered. I apologize. I apologize to you, sir. I've been thinking that you was a foolish man, an angry man that just been talking about these women and that it's not reality. And I thought that the stuff that y'all talk about just happened on the internet. And it's funny y'all talking about HIV because I had a young lady sit in my office today and tell me that she was for 17 years dating a gay man and women really want gay men, and this man had HIV and she continued to sleep with him because he was taking some goddamn medicine. And I thought about it at that moment, I said, damn, his black ass is right. At that moment, I was like, I did not think it was so these women exist. And then the crazy part about it, I said, I thought she was special. I thought she was the only crazy woman. And Black Man Unfiltered, it was two other women came back and said they like gay men too. And I thought it was the most craziest thing I heard today. Like, I promise you, if I wish I would have recorded it, because nobody's going to believe it happened. Matter of fact, somebody is going to believe it happened because I think, listen, I apologize. I just want to be man enough. I'll be up here joking and going on, but damn, his black ass is right. God damn.
I accept your apology, E-Man. I will say this. We said this a few months ago. JT and Lost was here at our pain as well. When I said that women do want to be with gay men because they get the penis they want, but they get the femininity that matches their energy. So they're
She
getting
said the
both
same
of the things
thing.
that they want.
Oh,
She said the same thing, and she told me inside of the HIV community, they have no problem messing with these people. That's why they have a whole drug line that's worth millions of dollars of drugs that these people are taking and still messing with these infected people, which I thought was so crazy.
They say the drug makes them undetectable.
Would that? I'm sorry. Would that not make them gay? Would that make them bisexual?
Yeah, she said the whole thing. She said it's no such. She said it's not no such thing as like it. I told her it was no such thing as bisexual men. Either you gay, you gay. And she said that is incorrect. If a man like both, he is not gay. That is not considered gay. Gay is only when you like only men. She schooled me. I ain't know about all this stuff, but she said that men can be bisexual. I thought it was the craziest thing. And then the crazy thing about it. It was other women co-signing this. I thought she was the last fool left on earth until all these other women said, yeah, we prefer the gay ones. I said, nah. I said, I'm being punked. I really thought Black Man Unfiltered sent somebody there to punk me. I'm looking for the cameras.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Because I'm like, if they are in a companionship, for instance, and they're not actually sexually active, then that's another thing. But if they're actually sexually active and the man, go ahead.
He's breaking up real bad. He's driving.
Okay. Yeah. If they're sexually active and the man is engaging in both sexes at the same time, then yeah, he's bisexual, but he's action wise he's more feminine than masculine as far as the action part. So then
how is he bisexual?
Because he's engaging in both both sexes.
He gay.
No, but hold on. You're being literal. You're being literal.
I'm being literal in the fact that in the fact that he's having sex with the woman and the woman in the relationship, and he's also having sex with men at the same time. So he's bisexual. Gay is specifically only with men. That way, so that means he wouldn't be able to have sex with her, which would be no benefit. Which would be no benefit to her.
Nah, that nigga gay.
I'm just
gay. There's no. I can understand with women, but if a man is being penetrated by another man and he's married to a woman, that nigga gay. There's no bisexuals at all when it comes down to men.
What I'm telling you is that she would have to have some sort of benefit to gain from it, and if she's able to benefit from it, then he's able to get it up for her too, which means he is able to be aroused by her and him.
So can I give my can I
your theory? Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. I think I'm behind. I apologize.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is my thing. And this is just my thoughts. If he's a man, I don't care if he like other men or not. He still has a biological attraction to women. Y'all can go with that shit if y'all want to. That man, if he see a woman and she's naked, I don't care how feminine he is or whatever. If he has a Johnson, that Johnson is going to arise. I don't care what nobody say. That ain't nothing.
I agree with you.
That shit right there. That's where it gets. It's like it seems to me when people start talking about the sexuality of men, they act like because a man like another man that he just is not attracted to women. And women would sit there and they'd change in front of them. They'd sit there, do makeup with them and do all that. And they thinking that this man is not attracted to them. I beg to differ.
So
listen, she said she argued that gay men get more bots than straight men.
I believe it.
She said
because they're more relatable.
Idea,
they're more relatable. They're sharing panties and then they fuck. They're more relatable.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
So
think about it.
that
You in the
50%?
bed with a woman, and both of y'all like the same shit. Y'all watching Housewives of Atlanta together. Y'all high-fiving each other. Yes, bitch.
Watching
Y'all
Lifetime
shopping for
together.
bras together. Y'all shopping for panties together. And then you get some dick, and you ain't got to worry about the shit of a masculine man. Oh no, he watching all your shows. He not watching football. He in there on top of you. He oiling you down. You oiling him down. This
That's the
motherfucker
danger.
spraying potpourri on his skin. You spraying on your skin. You motherfucker using the same products. I mean, they're more relatable, of course.
But that's the danger, though. That's the dangerous part, right? Because if he's raw dogging you got an extra added thing of the danger of AIDS. That's why in Atlanta, so many of the women are affected because they got so many guys on the down low. But let me ask you, does it matter whether a guy's a bottom or a top with his gayness or the way he approaches or way he you know what I'm saying?
So no, are you asking me?
No, I'm just saying
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed
No,
up?
I don't think for the purposes of from the females aspect.
Okay.
From the females aspect, I don't think that it actually matters.
Okay.
Because that function only, here we go. I think that function only matters for, I think, the men portion. Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the woman. So an interesting thing. So while I was doing my part 1s and part 2s of the conundrum, which working on a third one, in part, there was a study done, but not really a study. The guy did a test to see if he was quote unquote born a certain way or whatnot. And what he did was he went to do a test, and they put the best way I can describe it without showing a video is they put a erection measuring device around his penis, basically. And basically you go in, it's the same room that they would go into whenever they're giving sperm samples.
Yeah.
And it's the same room you would go into if you go into a urologist, essentially. And basically they showed him different pornography clips of different orientations, basically. And I don't know how long the durations were, but essentially it's a ring, and basically it just measures how much of an erection you received based on what you saw.
Okay. Yeah.
And it measures like a EKG would on your chest.
That's crazy.
And what they do is based on that, they timed it, and on the results, the man did not respond at all to anything that had females in it, but it responded to everything that had males in it. Or so anything that was strictly males, but nothing that was that had any females in it.
Okay.
So I say that to suggest that, JT, when you say that a man, just because he's a man, is supposed to is naturally inclined to just be attracted to a woman by default, maybe not. Or maybe that is intentionally either intentionally I'd argue is intentionally either turned off or is programmed off based off of what you prefer or what you would necessarily be more inclined to based off of what you desire and what you are more inclined to gravitate towards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So my whole thing would be where we have to see where that sample size is. The sample size is. We have to
15%.
also understand 50% of
15.
And then
50.
the demographic, because that does play a part also, the demographic.
Yep. Okay.
And then from that point on, you also have to look at it where it's like y'all putting a thing on me and you're looking at me. It's like it's hard enough for a fucking man to piss in front of people. So
they go out the room. They got the measurement. They go. It's not like
you still know they looking. So it's like I could be wrong.
I bet you it matters whether you're bottom or top in that study.
Let me explain something to you, man. Y'all are overcomplicating this thing, man.
It's
Listen,
weird because you measuring your attraction by whether you get hard or not. For all that instance, I'd be more attracted to AM than PM. And wake up with a you know what I'm saying? Like I don't. That's weird.
No, that's absolutely true. Yeah, that is absolutely fair.
Like you got to be able to pume.
Wait, you scared me?
You gay?
Wait, you scared me for a minute, world class. You're like I was more attracted to AM. I'm like, what the fuck is about to go on? What's it? Well, it's day and night. Okay, I got you.
Listen, let me explain something to y'all, man. Y'all are overcomplicating this thing. All she got to do is spit start that thing.
You gotta give him that huck to spit on that thing.
And I assure you, he'll rise to the occasion.
Yeah, he been like, yes, bitch, I'm hard as fuck.
How much does some of these tests and considerations of theories include that a lot of males are intimidated by women, or just intimidated by sex, or just the thought that they can't perform?
Mm-hmm.
How much does that factor in? Because if we looking at the conversation, this is why I pulled up, because men have decided that ain't no such thing as bisexual for men. You over here or you over there. If a man deal with a child and the man still deal with an adult woman, we still call him the guy that dealt with the child. If a man has consensual relations and then he has unconsensual relations, we still identify him by the unconditional, consensual relations, right? It's just kind of like we do that everywhere. We don't just limit it right there. That's kind of the history we got. You know what I'm saying? If even with if you deal with a lot of guys, a guy deal with a lot of women, a guy don't deal with a lot of women. We kind of make it definitive and clear. So it's not. They try to make it like we being chauvinistic, we not being understanding, but in reality, that's we're thorough when it comes to these things, even amongst each other. Not even how society deals with it.
Word. So now this video here took us in. I wanted to start out with a spark. This motherfucker created a forest fire, and so I appreciate you guys saying what you're saying on the matter. E-Man crazy as shit. Now the second video I want to show you guys. I want to have some fun with this one because she deserves it. Here we go.
Yes, they say that self-love and spending time with yourself and all of that is important, but what is wrong with me saying I want a partner? Like, I just want someone to...
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
You're fighting back tears?
Yes.
Let it go.
I think I'm just saying I just want someone to hold. And someone told me and to hug me, and what's wrong with wanting that?
Nothing wrong with that. You're lonely.
You're lonely. I just feel like I have this beautiful house. I have a beautiful career. I have amazing kids. But the one thing that I don't have is love. And that's the one thing that I want more than anything.
You feel lonely even though you have a tribe around you.
Yeah, I do.
And
I'm tired of feeling that way, to be honest with you.
The yoke of the devil has been destroyed.
Fuck the frail shit.
I'm not mistaken. That's the one that left her husband, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
She graduated, man.
She graduated from her husband, is what she said. Yeah. Thank you, Lost, for that. We want to say to you, I have something I want to say to her. And I have that. But I also want to play. There's an intro to her movie that we need to see. Here it is. Oh, we don't give a fuck. Ma'am, you had a husband, and now the husband that you let go. I heard a woman on social media today say, he been riding her fucking coattail for 20 fucking years, even before they got married. He was riding her coattail. He don't have shit. Now he done blew up and he done signed a 5-movie deal with Tyler Perry. And he got a TV show coming out. Oh, he's blowing up. And now she over there, I just want somebody to, oh, no. You're going to end up with a whole bunch of niggas that want to smash you because they remember you on Sister Sister. That's it. No man is going to marry you. A lot of niggas going to bend your flat booty, half dead, 50-year-old ass. She 49. 50-year-old ass. You expired like milk in Amsterdam, bitch. And nobody's coming for you. Everybody want to get close to you, wants to put some dick in you. That is it. That is it. You're done. And look at your sister. She over there living. She looking well. She's taking care of her husband, taking care of kids. And now you even crying. She did an interview. Man, my sister not even close like we used to be. She's not there for me. Bitch, your sister said, I got a husband. I'm not.
Her sister kept warning her ass. Her sister, that's why they kept falling out. Her sister was like, you tripping. And she didn't want to hear what her sister had to say.
Remember we did the show on it, JT, remember we did the show on it? When she came on the show, she said, what did she say on the show? When she was crying with her sister, she said, we don't go out and party anymore. We don't go out and do anything. Guess what she said? She said,
I'm married. I don't do that shit no more.
I don't do that no more. So if that's what you want to do, I'm sorry.
I love you, but I
can't do it.
Go over there.
Look at the hyenas she was around. She has 2 hyenas who are probably single, right around her, telling her all this bullshit. And she made a mistake and she knows it. You know, let's just dispel this notion that Corey was some kind of bum. He wasn't. He was a good husband to her, and he had rules that she didn't want to follow. You know, and that's why she wanted to leave. She wanted to go out, like, you know, my Funkadelic house. You know, the chick went out to play, and she can't come back.
Yeah.
She can't come back.
I want to say this real quick. Embrace the Grace said, damn, BMU, I'll be 50 next month. Thanks for the visual. Hey, Embrace the Grace, I hope you don't take it towards you. However, you know, as my grandfather would say, tell me what slice of meat you can leave on a table for 50 years and go back and eat it. See, my thing is this.
McDonald's.
I was thinking McDonald's.
You can't eat that.
But my thing is this. For the 50-year-olds, I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just saying for the women who have rejected everything that came their way. I mean, come on now. You see, hey, speaking of that, of dumb bitches who have recovered, y'all see Judge Mathis' wife went back home, then.
Of course. She saw what happened to you.
It's wintertime. She know what it is.
She realized she got on the other side, and what she said, oh, hell no, I can't deal with these niggas.
He bent the knee too, though, didn't he?
He did.
He bent the knee.
No, I think he stayed on task with her. I want my fucking wife. What are you doing? You acting up.
Easier for her to come back.
Yes, he was supposed to. He was supposed to be, I don't want to tear this shit up. Get to your senses. Get to your senses before it's too late.
And bitch, we're in retirement mode. Bitch, you're not going nowhere.
He was saving her from herself. He was supposed to do that shit. Shit.
Get your ass over there, that lazy boy, recline that bitch and go to sleep. That's what you do.
Get that damn heated quilt you got and sit your ass down somewhere.
How much did y'all hold Judge Mathis responsible for versus his wife? How much did y'all hold? Because I did a video on it, and I kind of put it on him. I put it on him because if just the same way I put it on Tom Brady. Like if you make a promise to your girl, that's your wife, and you don't follow through, feminism or not, yay man, that's on you.
Hey, listen. If I go to my wife and I tell my wife, bitch, they call me back for one more season for $53 million. I need you to shut the fuck up. And if I'm Judge Mathis and I sign a $12 million deal, listen, you weren't saying this shit 10 years ago when I was making $3 million an episode. You weren't saying that. You know what I'm saying? They called me and they said, hey, $12 million, a deal to do a judge show. I can sit in a chair and tell motherfuckers they right and wrong and different. And you talking shit? Matter of fact, baby, why don't you stay in the trailer, get butt naked, put on some Johnson baby oil? They ran out, they bought it all. But when they get something back in stock, buy some of this shit, put it on, and I'm gonna come in the trailer on my brakes and knock your ass off. But other than that, we getting this $12 million. Bitch, we 60. When are we gonna ever see $12 million again?
Okay,
Yeah, so it's not about the fault because they have to deal with that because they're married and that was the reason why they broke up. So that's the whole thing. It's self accountability, but it's also saying, listen, we gotta. The answer is not leaving. That's not the answer. And if he, even when he said it, he didn't say that. He's not telling us. He's not going to tell us if he cheated and got caught or whatever it was. But if that was the case with his wife, of course he's going to have to bend the knee to her and be like, "Yeah, I screwed up." But you know, what was the name of that rap song? I know a nigga fucked up, but you don't get a nigga back like that, or some shit like that. My man, you don't get a nigga back like that. You know what I'm saying? We've been together too long. We about to tear this stuff up, and ain't nobody gonna love you like I love you. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. And it's a lot of things she didn't want to hear. But at the end of the day, we don't need to be away from each other. We got this big ass house. We ain't even got to have a same room together. You know what I'm saying? But let's keep our shit back to where it's at. I shouldn't have put your ass on that damn that reality show because now you showing your ass now. Now, when I had you in the background, we were good. Exactly. They were still going through whatever they were going through. Please believe that. But now you get a camera in front of you and you get a taste of this Hollywood shit. Don't fall into that, woman. Don't you do it.
Embrace the grace. She said it's not all about money all the time, BMU. Quality time matters, time ticking. Okay.
Let me explain something to you. I got this.
Be a millionaire.
I got this. I got this. Stand down and stand back. Here we go. I got this. Let me explain something to you, ladies. Something. Okay. When you marry a man, you not only marry him, you marry his purpose.
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying? How many times have we stood up on here and said that a man should find his purpose and then find his woman? If he told you that his purpose was he was going to be Tom Brady and he had a chance to be the greatest quarterback of all time, and you tell him he got to come home before the street light come on, man, get up out of here. You knew what you signed up for. Let that man play until he couldn't play no more and get it out of his system. So that's the problem. Y'all want this man to be all lovey-dovey and up under you. And then as soon as his purpose is over, then all of a sudden he ain't nobody. Look how quick it was she found somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. But I will tell you this, Tom Brady's still Tom Brady. And as long as Tom Brady's still Tom Brady, the GOAT, let me tell you something. He ain't going to have no problem finding no woman. But my thing is this, all of that could have been avoided if she had to just say, hey, you know what? I understand this is your dream. This is your time. You can only play as long as you can. You can only set so many records. If you feel like you can do it, you can keep doing it. See, women today have forgotten how to be inspiration. She was a doggone reverse inspiration. She stood up there and turned around and demotivated him and said, you know what? If you don't come home, I'm going to leave you. To me, that's manipulation, and that's not what women were put on this earth for. It's the exact opposite. You're supposed to inspire your husband. And that's the reason why I got a problem with that. When guys say, well, you didn't make a promise. No. He made a promise to his purpose and she signed up for it. And now she wants to break the agreement.
Did you hear what I said?
I said the same exact thing in my video. I ain't gonna say that loud to you.
And you know what? In the Tom Brady situation, his wife made more money than him.
Way more.
So that she weighed more. And so my thing is, it wasn't about the money with her, of course. But at the same time, she was sucking the damn Taekwondo guy's dick. So let's talk about that. Like he was teaching, not only was he teaching the kids, he was teaching her and Tom. So he's teaching Tom and her how to do Taekwondo plus the kids. And the whole time he was dicking his wife down while he was winning Super Bowls. And that lets you know right there that she was thinking smaller. I got a man who is the most known man in the motherfucking world. You say his name, everybody knows him. He done won 7 fucking Super Bowls. And I still want to go down here to this 8-5 Taekwondo instructor to give me some dick.
Yeah, that's crazy as fuck.
You know,
and they were supposed to, and that's the thing. And that's the thing. That the only thing that he had to say is that, yeah, I don't deserve you.
Yeah. And Tom Brady can get any pussy he wants. He can
I don't. That's all. Yeah, that's all you have to say. But when you talk about somebody, dog, when you talk about somebody that put decades into a marriage and it's been going well in the you know the things that you have to put into this stuff, man, and to tear it up like that. Look, nah. When it's long term like that, man. That how long was Tom Brady and his wife married?
Oh shit!
Most of his career, right? Like
so
that's what
almost 20 years, man. I think.
Yeah, so stuff like that is what internally kind of it don't destroy men, but it breaks us But when we get out of that broken, I'm sorry, Arpan, I got you. But when we get out of that little brokenness, man, and we come back and we actually are learning our lessons, she's not going to actually, you know the percentage of a man coming back to a woman once he done went through the heartbreak, the burn, and then he got back out there. He ain't trying to come back and see you.
Yeah, you about to get him before he got in them streets. If he get in them streets, he's done.
Yeah, keep him loving you.
Yeah,
because once he stopped, it's over with.
Yeah, he done.
Well, first of all, she's not entirely happy either now, but she has to realize Tom Brady is one of the nicest dudes in the world. I don't know how, because he still kind of loves her, but he wouldn't take her back under any circumstances. She was plowing that dude long before that divorce. That gave her the strength to do it because she was getting her back blown out by the trainer. And so Tom knew that. When he found that out, I don't know when he found out, but when he retired, I think that's when he actually revelation came over to him. What am I retiring to? This is not even my wife anymore.
Our pain and Tom Brady's defense, I think. In Tom Brady's defense, I think he knew what he had when he married her. That's the reason why he still had all this stuff in his mama name. Yeah. To me, that was the greatest pump fake of all time. He got some kids out of the deal, you know.
That part, I agree with you. He was smart enough to do all those things so she couldn't leave with anything. But she, you know what? Yeah, he would have had a little bit of chance in court since she made so much more money than him. That protected him as well.
Yeah,
so whatever his thing, but this situation is different than Judge Mathis. I think Judge Mathis, it came out publicly talking about taking the blame for his wife even coming up with this thing for wanting to leave. And the fact that she came back so early, so easily, we know it was just a flex to get him to at least cancel a couple of those contracts and stay home and let's enjoy what we have left. The guy's rich as hell. A $12 million contract would not change their standard of life at all. Nobody wants to give away money, but he went, maybe he had to bend the knee a little bit. She knows she doesn't want to be out there getting bust down by, just assholes and running around. She's never going to find a guy like him again. She knows that. That's why she came back so easily.
But that's why
he made some changes, though.
But that's why I agree with Loss, man. When you marry Judge, he had nothing. You've seen this man build everything. You follow this man's vision. When did a man's vision and purpose have a fucking expiration date? I don't motherfucking understand it.
But my point is that she came back. She bluffed him and he acquiesced. Listen, all I can say is this. I know everybody's gonna be a fucking man and all this shit, but I'm gonna say this. Every so often, you gotta look at the whole picture as a guy with your marriage. As long as she's not sucking another guy's dick.
You don't know that?
Well, let's just assume that she's not.
That
changes the equation. Shit. If she's fucking another guy, that changes the equation. But if she's not, then you can have an honest conversation and say, what did you do wrong? What did I do wrong? And do we want to break up something that's been together for 30-something years? Because the only deal breaker to me is her getting, me personally, I'll tell you this. Nothing comes between me and my wife. But if somebody else was plowing her ass, then that's the deal breaker.
That's it. That's the breaker.
Yeah.
That's the deal breaker.
I think we got to get down to at some point. Why does it because the older women are doing it, the younger women are doing it. Both of these, Giselle and Judge Mathis' wife, they were north of 45. You got these little women that's supposed to be mature in two different demographics: white people, black people. And they're still impressionable. Is this type of decision on the part of the women coming from their circle, or is it just a standard now? Why are they making decisions like that?
It's the standard now. It's and that's what I was going to say. It's coming down from society. Society is saying to women that one, you can always do better. Two, society is saying that dovetail with that is a dangerous notion of saying that don't settle. And if you find yourself realizing that you have settled, then with that dovetail, you can find better along with that, you see? And then it's always, and then the next thing is, and there's that middle tail is society incentivizes women to do this.
Right.
It makes it beneficial for women to do this. I have a theory that one of the reasons why men don't necessarily, and not necessarily saying that this is the only reason, because I think men typically don't necessarily want to be the person to actually decimate their own kingdom. But let's take away our natural inclinations just for a second on an economic basis. Okay. And let's do the same for women, just to be fair. Economically speaking, it does not benefit a man economically to do the same actions that women do, because it's not written in our favor to do so. There's not too many marriages or unions where if we were to actually initiate the separation, that it actually benefits us. It really doesn't. But for women, however, it is greatly incentivized.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you pair those three things together, the constant pushing of this indoctrination that woman, you are beautiful, and beautiful no matter what, you are valuable no matter what. And not to say that women aren't valuable all the time just because of who they are, but what I mean by this valuable, I mean it doesn't matter when you hit the market, you are always at the top of your value. Well, we know that's not the case. It's definitely the case for men. I don't know why they think that'd be the case for them. So society is definitely pushing this. It's not something that's coming from within. It's definitely it's a poison coming from outside, essentially, to answer that question.
And boss man, thank you for that. But not however either. I just want to add something.
Go ahead. Hey, and when you're done, I'm next.
Y'all crazy.
Listen, man, when a woman is 50 plus years old, like Judge Mathis' wife, and you take your bra off, and when you walk, you feel like somebody's chasing you, and your stomach look like balled up potato bags, and you trying to leave your husband, nobody else want that wrinkled up shit. You look like an unironed comforter, and nobody wants to deal with that. And you look, and what she did, she looked in the mirror and said, "I can't compete with these bitches out here today."
So, BMU, is your contention that I was nice about it? Is that
I'm still stuck on the balled up potato bag. I'm trying to visualize it.
Boss man, I got you, man. I
ain't
y'all
shit,
in y'all
JT.
potato bag. Listen, boss man, let me explain something to you, man. I'm of the mindset, man, that we got to stop blaming our behavior on society.
Did you hear what I said?
Let me explain something. The reason why I say that is because if you put it on society that causes your problem, you're going to need society to fix your own problem. My whole thing is this. I think the problem is that we don't, as men, we don't take time enough to find women who deserve to be wives. So we mess around and we let women skate on their beauty. The whole world lets them skate on their beauty. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with men. You know what I'm saying? If women really wanted a guy who was emotionally intelligent, they would go to the emotionally intelligent tree and get one of those type of men, but they don't. Women love security. That's the reason why they go to the high value tree. And men want a woman that's beautiful. That's why they go to the BBL tree.
Did you hear what I said?
See, that's the problem. You have to make sure that you're doing what you need to do as a person. That way you can fix it yourself instead of blaming society. You see what I'm saying? In Judge Mathis's case, yes, he was going out, he was providing, but he failed to be emotionally intelligent. And on the other end, with Tia, she wanted to make sure that she find somebody who wanted to make some money, but she turned it in because she wasn't getting the attention that she needed. That's the problem. We have to make sure that we learn how to balance both sides. In this particular case, with this other person, they just decided, hey, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to leave my husband or whatever because he was out providing. That was a part of the original agreement. I'm going to provide for you. I'm going to protect for you. That's the agreement. She never asked him to be emotionally intelligent. That was not a part of the deal. However, what he did do, they said, you know what? I messed up. I didn't spend enough time with my wife. He engaged the emotional intelligence side of him to get his wife back. And that's all I'm saying when it comes to women. We have to stop making excuses for women you know what I'm saying, leaving their family or whatever, all because of X, Y, and Z. We can't allow women to say society made me do it, because that's what brought Eve down. She said, Adam, this serpent had beguiled me and told me that it was good. We got to stop that, man. It has to come back to us. That's the whole message behind that whole situation in the Garden of Eden. Accept responsibility for your own behavior. That's all I'm saying.
Well, to be fair, I'm not saying that incentivizing is not saying that it is it's more of an indoctrination, not necessarily an excuse or reason or justification. Or to incentivize someone, it just makes it easier. It still takes on the responsibility and accountability on that individual. Would you agree with that?
Let me ask you, how do you get unindoctrinated?
Oh, you definitely have to take some be aware and be accountable and acknowledge.
So why can't they do that in the beginning? In the beginning,
that's on them. That's on them.
So why are we blaming society?
Society only provides the crutch.
But when you have someone,
why are we allowing society to give us a crutch?
That's on them.
Why aren't we running ourselves?
That's on them. I'm only saying it financially incentivizes them to be able to do so. I guarantee if it wasn't financially advantageous, fewer of them would do it.
Well, I will tell you this: there are some women. Listen, there are some women who don't leave because of a little bump in the road. You know why? Because those women were vetted to be wives. They understood, for richer or for poor, for better for worse, for sickness and health, till death do you part, forsaking all others.
Agreed.
They understood that. I don't suggest anybody get married if they don't think that they can complete all of those.
Agreed.
And so my whole thing is this: why are we allowing these type of women to be wives? Now it comes back to the accountability on the men.
The men, agreed.
Who did you select to be your wife, and why didn't you vet her properly?
Well,
agreed.
Here's where my argument always coming in, as the parenting, right? So a lot of we talk about the single mothers, this, the single mothers, that. The moms are, I don't know which word you want to call it. I'm gonna just say guilt tripping these children and these little boys into picking them.
Let it suffice. We will allow it.
There you go.
So I just because I think I had this conversation on another panel the other day, and we don't want to factor that in. We just want to judge the men like all of a sudden when you turn 18, you just know you're supposed to know everything as man. No, my mom and my aunt and maybe a girlfriend at that time kind of make you and force you to in a way to accept their behavior. Let's just say their behavior, for lack of a better term, right? Accept that common behavior that they have, and you like, oh, not. Let me be specific. The fuck shit that they do. Let's get super specific. The disrespect to men. They guilt trip you into accepting their disrespect and the undermining of your intelligence day in, day out, and that you're not really allowed to acknowledge that, because then you're being disrespectful and then you're not doing stuff to men. But you'll watch them same women do that to other women, and it shit is weird to me. This is the big frustration. They say that black men don't respect black women, but we grew up, they will claim and brag that they raise everybody. But I watch black women be super galactic disrespectful to black women day in, day out, day in, day out. So if I get one of these other black women that may not do this and may not do that, and I'm like, all right, she's not as bad as these other ones, and I pick her, then I'm in what Lost in Translation is saying. I'm making this girl that really isn't qualified a wife, but my standards have been so low, so my mom can feel comfortable that she not, or my aunt or my other girlfriend, that she not that bad. Now I have this habit or this lowered standard where I'm accepting the chick in my life that I'm not supposed to. Then the fellas won't come. The fellas won't say, well, nigga, you shouldn't have picked her. Now you just in a fuck situation. That's why I say parenting is really the dialing and the fix first.
Because most men are marrying their mothers and or dating their mothers. And one of the things I can't understand, like you said, the disrespect for men is horrible. Black women are notorious for disrespecting men and women. They'll look and say, look at that bitch, ugly bitch. Good morning, baby. How you doing? You look so wonderful, right? My thing is this, though. I hear women all the time, bro. I just sit and listen. I laugh. And I hear women all the time. I heard a girl today say, I'm not dating no man, no big man. They got no titties bigger than mine. But you built like an Afghanistani truck driver. and you're talking about what kind of man you don't want. You goddamn. Like dude, it's the delusion. I don't know. I want to slap every nigga who told these ugly bitches that they were fine, that they are 10. They're not. A lot of these women is like Wisconsin winters. They're -13, -20s. They're not maritable. They're ugly as shit. They got deep voices. They masculine as fuck.
Built like Zuckerman's famous pig. You know what I'm saying?
And men are looking, especially men who have jobs like we have, corporate jobs where we go in every day and we have to sit down with corporate people. And you go to a Christmas party, you don't want to walk in with a woman that look like she's one of the monsters of Harry Potter. You want somebody that's gonna light up the room.
I'm still stuck on Wisconsin winter right now. That's just stressed me out.
This shit free. Just write it down.
Not
God motivate
Hogwarts.
people in the building tonight. What's going on, my brother? You been listening to us for a minute, or you just got on, brother?
I've been listening for a good little minute.
Okay, what you got on? What we talking about, man?
The world class. He was talking about the parenting subject.
Yeah,
I kind of find that interesting because I know what he's talking about with the mothers, and they kind of put the side scenario to make you choose or whatever. But I also think that if the man is in the child's life, a lot of the time it's hard for the child to even do that side anyway. So it's almost like you putting a little bit of I don't know the right word to say, but you're kind of giving the edge to the man to actually make that mistake, because obviously he wasn't in the child's life good enough for the child to not actually understand what's going on. Because the child is not going to pick the side of the mother just because the mother said so, unless the father's not really around that much to say anything about it.
Yeah, I'm with you, but like I said, that's why I said parenting. I picked out the single mother because that's the most common conversation we have. That's what a lot of guys say, and that's what the stats show. But you got to understand that a lot of the males that women allow in his child's life as well, be acquiescing to the women as well.
Well, yeah, but I get that point. It's just that when you say allow, because I have kids and I refuse to let the mother of my kids to allow me to see my children. That's why I never understood.
To be clear, I'm being facetious, but
Okay,
I'm really speaking to the child alienating that goes on.
There's a lot of that. I did a big video on that. But listen, brother, you're not I don't know if you're typical or not. You could answer that. God motivates people. Mm-hmm. Do you think you're a typical man supporting your children or not with the mother elsewhere? You know what I'm saying? Because what you just said doesn't sound typical in reality of what's going on. You're willing to fight if you had to. Maybe you don't have to. That means the women don't necessarily hate you. Well, so what do you? I mean, you see what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do. I guess in general, I would say no. It wouldn't be the typical thing. So I would agree with that, because I always ask myself, why do guys not be in their kids' life? Because it's not really that hard. And they try to blame, well, the woman is this, that, and third. Well, she only has that option over you because when the baby was first born, you wasn't there. So, but when you're there in the very, very beginning, it's very hard for them to put you on child support. It's almost honestly kind of impossible for them to do that if you're there and you're around. I know I see you being looking at me like I'm crazy.
He ain't familiar with our content.
How young are you?
But it's all good. Go ahead, guys.
Go ahead, God.
Okay, well, because maybe this is my personal experience, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
my first son, his mom tried to put me on child support while we were still taking care of our son together. But she really couldn't get it done because she didn't have all the information that was needed. Because I was there. My brother and my dad told me, whatever you do for your son, make sure you keep all your receipts. Everything needed to be done. So everything I bought, I kept everything just in case something were to happen. And when she tried to put me on child support, I actually went down to the child support agency to make sure everything was cool. Let know what was going on. And whatever happened, and she had to actually, they told me to get her to sign this letter, basically saying that I was actually taking care of my son. So I'm thinking that most of the times dudes just don't show up for court, or they just like lackadaisy it. They don't take care of the actual court things that happens. And when you do things like that, it looks as though you're not taking care of your son. So the mother gets an easy opportunity to make it work out for them in their favor. That's just my personal experience of it. So once I saw that, I just felt as though maybe sometimes guys just don't take it seriously in the very beginning.
Let me help you for a second, because, and congratulations to you for that, for stepping up and doing what you need to do. There a lot of times from the day you break up, like a lot of us that were living with our mother, our child's mother and the child together, a lot of guys, because you got to get a court date, a lot of guys miss 200 days, 190 days, 90 days, 2-3 years. Some fathers are child alienated for years because the mother leaves the state, sometimes the country. So you're talking about, I know, like you're saying, and I want people that's listening to hear, like you're saying, oh, just fight. Sometimes there's a half a year, 2 years between that time frame you actually get a court date for visitation. And the other thing is being a custodial parent or non-custodial parent. All men, including white men, become custodial parents at a rate of 17.5% that's over the country. 17.5%. Custodial being they're the main caregiver of the child, right? I think what a lot of people say, oh, it's just so easy. You can get visitation pretty easily if you get a court date. It's usually like 2 or 3 months out. So a guy has the ability, if he's being child alienated from the breakup, he don't see his baby for 60 days, but he was with the baby every day of their life for however long it happened, even if the baby's 10, you know what I'm saying? 10 years with this baby, then 90 days you can't see it. So it's a lot of stuff that goes in. And here's the thing, and I understand, I want to dismiss your point, but you have to understand that men are human beings too. They deal with separation anxiety as well. These men go through trauma that I don't have. If you're used to a year, 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years with going to sleep knowing your baby is breathing in the next room, you know your baby is asleep, then you got to go 6 months, 5 months without seeing your baby and knowing that they're safe. That's a lot of trauma for men. And we just poo-poo and just say these statements like it's nothing, like it's just something he has to get over. When in different situations, these guys start using drugs more, these guys start drinking more. Some of these guys delete the mother, delete themselves, delete somebody else. You know what I'm saying? They go through a lot, and we just want to poo-poo, and it's because you wasn't there. And that's a lie. It wasn't because they wasn't there. They get child alienated in a lot of different situations. And you can't just fight for your child. Fight for your child. What? Fight a door? Fight a doorbell? Fight a gate? What are you gonna do? What's the fight? You bang on that door, you're going your ass to jail. A lot of guys never had domestic violence issues on their record until he went to go see his child. Now they know the little play to call the police game. So it's a lot more going into the lie that I don't care what no other race does, the lies that black female has said about fatherhood since I was born in 85. I heard this when I was a little kid. Men don't want to be in their child's lives. I'll be 39 this month. They still say it now, and it's a 100% a lie. My generation, we all take care of our children. What we found out is they just want their turn to be the victim, to get something for nothing. That's just what they just want their turn. It's like some rite of passage where you want to feel like you're a big girl and you do it by yourself, even though you don't do it by yourself. It's just something they say. They don't. It's a long, bigger conversation, but black females politically and legally are the most powerless people in this country. So when they get a little bit of power, it's just like a nigga they never had shit. You don't know what to do when you get that little bit of, when you get that baby, you can finesse shit. So I feel you. I understand. Like guys that you went through the situation and managed to work out for you. Y'all don't understand a lot of the trauma that a lot of dudes is going through, because yeah, he may be ignorant to what he can do, but he trusted this bitch. You don't know how many different fucking times they had conversations about, yeah, I would never do this to you. I would never keep you from your baby. And that's a lot of trauma that this guy got to go through. Everybody, like again, to what I was saying earlier, our moms and these females in our family trick us into prioritizing their feelings over our intelligence.
Yeah.
And get a habit of that. And then when trauma, like my son was in NICU, I was there every day. Shout out to his mom. She never even left the NICU. She never even left. You know what I'm saying? She stayed there every day. I was putting in 20-hour days. He was in a NICU for 90 days. First 90 days of his life. So I was super attached to my child when I got home. We just loved him up. A year later, she leaves, keeps the baby. I didn't she tried it like 2-3 times. One time I didn't see my son for 190 days. That's a lot of trauma that you go through. You don't even realize it, but I'm used to hearing my son's heartbeat on my chest. He's used to that. A lot of guys not strong as me. So we just be saying stuff that's just not true. I have a 23-year-old goddaughter. I have raised one of these black women that everybody keep talking about. It's disrespectful to keep hearing it. Men don't. That's a lie. That men are not in their children's lives. They just don't want to be. No, these chicks are child alienating, and it's illegal in every state. And you can look in your state. This is anybody you listen to. I mean, if it's even fucking Alaska, you can look in your state, start looking up these cases, these custody cases, and see how many men are reporting they weren't allowed to see their child, and the courts don't do nothing, and it's illegal in every state.
They make it where, like, it's funny because I was looking at what Anita Carter was saying. She was saying a lot of men don't file for custody rights. It used to be true, right? Remember what I was telling you, boss man, about that word, and I can't remember the word it is, where it was something that's true and it's no longer true. So it's not in World Class is absolutely right when he says, no, you got the younger men that are absolutely fighting. They're going through whatever they have to do, and a lot of them have their children, right? So, and the ones that probably don't have their children living with them, they're seeing their children on a regular basis, and it's a problem if that woman is keeping that man away from them. Yes, we see these cases where it does happen, but you got to also understand that the United States is a huge place. And so a lot of people, what they would do, they would base everything based off of the world, base it off of where they stay, solely where they're staying at, right? So that's the greatest thing about having the internet and all these other things and being able to study and pull some facts, right? Because it's not exactly what people are saying. Just like when we are talking about women, right? It's starting to be at a point where it's more is multifaceted, right? Because there's more women that are doing good things, but what happens is that they're silent. That small, loud amount of women, they're putting more of an impression on the most impressionable, and that's the young ones. It's the same thing that goes with men. That's what they're doing. That's why when we say no, you ain't gonna keep putting this shit into our kids, right? But what I'm seeing in my observation is this. I got you, Arpain. I'm about to end it. What I'm starting to see is the things that were real or were actually true, they're starting not to be true. One reason is because you have a group of people that are being more aware, and they're starting to take action. But the other side of it, the flip side of the coin, is that you got a lot of other people that are being either fearful or they just want to stay comfortable and they won't do anything.
Yep.
So all of these things that we are seeing, of course, they're there, but that's why we have to look at stats. That's why we have to start being more aware based off of the numbers, because this is where we can at least get some type of balance and we can have a real type of a conversation.
Now, we forgetting one big thing though, fellas. What is the cost? See, a lot of think about this. Arpain, I'm gonna let you stir the gumbo. I just want to say this real quick.
I got it after Arpain.
Think about this. You work every day. You work in 40 hours, 50 hours a week. Your job requires you to be there every day. You get PTO. You probably get 2 weeks a year or something crazy like that, right? The court needs you in there. The court needs you more than the 10 days that you get a year. So now you got to start taking time that you don't have. You got to start neglecting your job. And then you got to spend, because we did a show on this, JT, remember? The cost $3,000, $3,400, $4,000, $5,000. The longer it goes, the more money you spend.
Yep.
So now you got to take off work, miss money because you have no more PTO, because that's going to happen, right? I'm talking from experience. I'm talking about some motherfucker told me. You take off work, you have time, so now you got to talk with your boss. Hey, listen, man, I gotta be off, man. I know I've been here a while. Hopefully, I got enough time in for you to know that I want to be here, but I got to go fight for my kids. And now, well, I'm gonna let you go, but we ain't gonna be able to pay you. Okay, man, whatever it takes. And you're in court fighting, making less money, paying out more money, because the courts are not going to make it easy for you. You got to pay for every fucking thing. And the thing about the world is today, when that woman goes into court and she wants to file for custody of her kids, anything like that, she don't have to be there.
Yeah.
The state represents her. Your ass have to be there because they can make any decision about your life, but the state can represent her and she can go to work.
Yep.
This is what we're dealing with. So you have to spend $3,000 to $7,000, $8,000. The average man is making how much a year? Let's talk about it. I'm not talking
40?
about what we make on this panel.
50.
I'm talking about the men out there right now. The average black man makes how much a year?
I have that stat. Hang on, I can pull it up for you. 1 second. Hang on.
And the
Not
other
45?
thing is, if she does get representation, especially in a marriage situation, you got to pay for it.
Exactly.
Hang on one.
Bro, you got to talk about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, that costs a motherfucker. You're spending half of a Ford Focus to get custody of your kid.
Get paid in there, man. Boy, he starts slapping motherfuckers.
So the average male makes, as of 2023, median income right there.
Okay, so what percentage would you like to take away from that?
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's
right here. 66 right here.
Okay. So the average man is making $66,000.
No, it's closer to 40, man.
Yeah, it's that we have to look at that. We have to look at it.
It's got to be close to 40.
The female is 42. The male is 66.
The median?
The median.
That's the middle.
If you're looking at total.
Yeah, you have to account for that, because remember that now a person that's making $100,000 is now middle class.
Right.
Go ahead, Arpane.
So this is full-time. This full-time workers over here. So 66 male, 55 female, full-time workers if they work year round.
Okay, full-time. Okay, yeah. So full-time is what? 52?
55 for female, 66 for male.
Okay.
Here's my thing. That's the average American. We're not talking black.
Yes.
Black.
Because that number is lower.
There you go. Now you
Come on, y'all. Let's do the numbers right now.
I hear you, boy. Yeah, you
come on.
Now.
Right. Y'all forgot who I was under, man. My numbers are straight. These numbers pure over here, man.
Well, I understand. This is from CDC, male and female from CDC.
Boss man, get black demographics and go to that. People boot.
Yeah, black demographics is better.
Yeah, sure.
That's the average American.
At least you could bounce
back. Boss, you'll have it in a minute.
Yeah.
That's
okay. So,
but I do kind of agree with that now, because I just
But go ahead, Arpane. My bad. I'm sorry.
Listen, here's the first thing we need to do is understand that all these scenarios are true. But we got a brother up here who successfully navigated the system to be comfortable with his kids, taking care of his. So I think that's useful information to get to people, regardless of all the other things that are true. Family court, alienation, all that shit. So we need to expound on the success God has done. God motivated people has done to make sure he's in his kid's life. I think that's useful information.
Yeah, and I say that to him. Agree. No, I'm saying big ups to him. But he's one out of I guarantee he's one out of 100.
Well, my brother got custody of his son. So
that's why I want to finish.
He ain't
it
by
doesn't
himself.
matter whether he's a unicorn or not. We still need to hear the information. The other part is this, and I don't want to lose the train of thought.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You made me wait so long. All I'm just trying to say is that right on your channel, BMU, and this is what I wanted to say, I did a whole stream on parental alienation, mostly that happened to men. So this, if you go back on the Search on the Boomer show, we did a whole live on that. Right. So it's a real thing. It's real, it's traumatic. And the guy who was talking has some ways to navigate through the alienization. And I think that's useful to bring back up. You know, so it's right on your channel. It's one of the videos on your channel under the live. Maybe it was like 3 months ago or something like that. I did that. So all these things could be true at the same time. We know that there's a hurdle, but it's not just a black hurdle. It's a hurdle for men. And the fact that the men who are in charge have acquiesced so much that, you know how when somebody, let me say it this way, you know when somebody's a heathen and then they get religion and they don't just become religious, they go they become zealots and shit. Right? So what men have done in the West, especially white men, we wanted to make this place such a safe haven for women in general, and black women included this, that they overshot the goddamn mark. They just overshot the mark. They're all the way to where they're irrational about the women being acquiesced to. They get lesser charges for crimes, paternity frauds, they walk away, lying about men doing dastardly things to them, taking kids away from men, and then blaming men for not being in their lives. It's just a lot of shit here. So when we find somebody who actually has found a way to have some kind of simpatico with their wife or with the woman that they're with, we need to kind of exploit that so we could give somebody else the information and maybe the energy to keep fighting, that it's possible, right? Because we know the cost, we know all that kind of stuff. But once we hear a success story, whether it's unicorn or not, I think that's useful for other people to hear as inspiration, at the very least.
I agree with you, R-Pain, but my only, and it's not a but, the one thing that has to be checked is that this men don't want to be in their child's lives thing.
I agree with that. That's a lie. It's a lie.
Check. Yeah, and it's a bald-faced lie. You know what I'm saying? No matter who says it, and I'm with that. And to kind of go back, the reason we even got here is because I was saying it starts at the parenting with respects to why these women are being the Judge Joe Mathis, I'm about to say Joe Brown, the type of wives that they're for some reason attracted to this consumerism. It's like you got to get to the point where we're raising human beings. We at the point, like I've said this, y'all heard me say this for years, man. We raise consumers. We're just male and female consumers. We think sitting at that register and having those options to choose, we take that type of thing home to our homes, and we think it's supposed to work the same way. Lucky Marie was doing a live, right? And she had this young lady, this older lady, who was talking about how she was discriminated in the stores. And when I said, see, this is what I'm talking about in social engineering. She had this big outburst about not being allowed to buy things. So because she was rejected, she put shopping on a pedestal. And I don't think our women have stopped since then. Since you reject me from doing something, I'm going to really build my life about doing the thing you rejected me from. And now our value system has gone into shopping. We've taken that value system into being in these relationships, and we just shopping. We even say it now, the dating market. These are the same brown skinned people that were on a slave market, and we've taken that same language to being with people. Like we've integrated consumerism into places that's supposed to be sacred. I think the only thing I think will actually solve the problem is the long range view of instilling into these children over the next 2 decades that people are more than just a receipt. It's to the point where all of this trans shit, this feminism shit, a lot of this shit, this alphabet shit, and this feminism shit, y'all can only be y'all with a receipt. You got to go buy yourself out of the store. Your identity is purchasable. What are you when the store is closed? Crazy part is we found that shit out during 19. We still fell right back into it to where we're here now. And it kind of is the same thing where you take something from me, now I super value it. When you found out doing 19, we don't know how to be parents, because the second we couldn't go to the store to supplement the lack of human that we have in the store. We did what? DV went up to the custody for the children. Everything was skyrocketing. Course was full because we don't know how to be human. We don't know how to be each other. That little trip to the bar, that trip to the Starbucks is the supplementation for us dealing with each other. We don't really know how to do that. And you know what I'm saying? We're not really raising human beings.
But you know what, world class?
Yeah.
I this is the thing. Again, to God motivates and to Lost in Translation brother who got and myself and other men who have gotten custody of children. My thing is this: to the men who are having issues, I will say that the men who are getting custody is few and far between, and we all know that. But I will say the likelihood of you having a good outcome is based on the temperament of the woman.
I don't know about that one.
Hold on a second. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. If that woman wants to, that woman can finance. Let me help you. My sister and my brother-in-law decided to get a divorce because he came back from the war, and my sister couldn't take the fact that he was dealing with PTSD, which she's a weak ass female, and I told her that. However, he came back from defending his country. He did 3 tours. He came back. They divorced. After they divorced, he started working on an oil rig offshore. And offshore, he couldn't take it no more because he kept having PTSD episodes. So they said it would be better for him to go to land. So the money was cut in half. I sat in court in the back with my aunt and my mom, and we listened to this. He went to the judge. He said, "Judge, I cannot pay." He was there. He's in these kids' lives to this day. He said, "I cannot pay what I've been paying because I'm not making what I used to make." The judge looked at him and said, "Get a second job, sir. The payment stays the same."
I mean, we all know that, though. I mean, we
Right,
all know.
hold on. I'm finna get it all out. Once he did that, my sister, he went to pay, he got another job, try to make more money. He paid child support. Well, him and my sister weren't together. Where he fucked up one day and posted a picture on Facebook of him and his new girlfriend or fiance, white girl. Fine.
Ooh.
My sister said, "Oh, you with a white bitch? Oh, okay." My sister filed for an increase based on the fact of who he was dating. And she got the increase. It's all about the temperament of the woman. They in full control. They can go get. Listen, there is a man in Houston, Texas. I can pull the video up. There's a man right here in Houston who went to jail for overpaying his child support because the baby mama and the judge thought he was being arrogant.
Yeah, but these are things that are self-inflicted. These are self-inflicted wounds that you're bringing up. All that happened to him could have been avoided. He decided, okay, I'm assuming, if I'm hearing the story correctly, when he was on the oil rig, he was away from the kids, right? So she was able to do all these things behind his back. Is that how the story?
Do all what things behind his back?
Like you saying, like they got divorced. So did they get divorced while he was on the oil rig or before that?
No, while he was working for the oil rig company, he kept having episodes. They got divorced while he was working offshore. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, before he got to the oil rig, maybe there were signs or things that could have he seen that maybe they weren't doing too well, and that divorce could have happened. Right? I'm assuming this is all. I don't know, but if that were the case, that could have been avoided. He could have been there. As a man, you got to choose. You got to choose between.
Let me explain something to you. It's not his fault. I'm explaining to you why. It's
no,
not.
wait, no, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm saying
no. I'm going to explain to you where the real fault lies.
Look, can he?
It doesn't. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on a second. The real fault lies at the feet of the court. All he had to say is, "Hey, look, I have PTSD. It's a medical issue. Blah blah blah." If he had to introduce that, and then the judge said that, then it's on the judge. You see what I'm saying? My whole thing is this: why do we like to throw darts at the man as if he's not human? You see what I'm saying? But not only did he serve his country, he's providing for his children, and he gets to the point where it's going against his health. If something happens to him while he's out there and he's no longer here, how does it help the child? My whole thing is this: anytime there should be an increase, it should be an increase based upon the needs of the child and not on the needs of whoever felt like they had a wild hair up their ass that day. That to me, that doesn't make sense. A fair judge would have said, could you please explain to me why you can't do this? And then at that point, he says, you know what, Judge, I was in the war. I have PTSD. The motion of the ocean does something to me. I put my fellow co-workers at danger. I put myself at danger. So what I would do is my job made it happen for me to work on land. But see, there's a difference between working on the sea and on land. And that's the reason for the decrease. I'm not trying to avoid paying for my children. I'm just saying I can't pay that amount. And my thing is I would be gladly to pay whatever it is to take care of my kids. I just can't do it with this amount. Help me to find out an amount that my kids will need that I can pay and meet somewhere in the middle. And I'm pretty sure we can make a deal. But the problem is the judge was an asshole.
But life not
didn't hear him out.
When has you being a man have life ever been fair to you?
It doesn't matter. But here's the thing: when you come to court,
we know as men growing up,
when you come to court, that you presumed to get a fair shake.
You shouldn't presume that.
You presume, but that's the main reason why we have lawyers, to make sure that lawyers do their job. And if we're being fair, the judge should be fair.
Should be.
The judge should be fair. Or else why do we have them in there? The judge is supposed to take all the evidence, right? He's supposed to weigh the evidence and then come up with a solution that everybody's happy. That's what he's supposed to do. He's an arbitrator. That's what he does. Let's be honest. He's not up there supposed to be legislating from the bench, as we like to say in the government, saying, you guys do this. No, we need to know a reason why you're doing this. You just ain't finna put no laws in place and we don't know why it is. So that's the problem. That's the problem in America. We lay down flat when we should be standing up on our feet. That is the problem.
Well, but how? I think that's one of the main things why a lot of men get messed up, by going and thinking things should be this way when it's never that way. Life has never been that way for any of us. And you're going in thinking that this system is supposed to be a system of fair use, and it's not a system of fair use. Nothing about this life is ever going to be fair. So you should already intend on knowing that, if this go this way, I need to be prepared for this. I'm not saying it should be that way. It's not fair and it's not right. But if you go in already knowing that, the plan that you're going to make is going to keep you in the best standards that you can get yourself out of if it gets that way. You got to be prepared. You married this.
Here's the thing. I'm going to tell you.
I got you. You married this chick. You got with her. That's your consequence for your actions. You did that. Now you got to deal with that. You decided to leave and go somewhere far away. That was a possibility. It could happen. That's a part of life. On the other hand,
I'm gonna tell you what else is not fair. Let me explain to you what's going on. Men have caught on to the game.
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason why they're not having kids. And that's the main reason why we're in the situation we're in now. Guys that say, you know what? If it's gonna be like that, I'm not having kids. And you know what they do? They go across the border and they bring in a whole bunch of people like they did this past 3 years with Miss Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? Acting a fool like she didn't know what they were doing. And Bill Clinton said it out of his mouth. Yeah, we needed to get some more workers because the population is dwindling. You know why the population is dwindling? Because the court system is screwed up. And don't nobody want to say that out loud. So if we're going to be real about something and we're going to talk about being fair, let's get down to the root of it. The root of the court system is the one that's causing the problem.
But who
like I said earlier,
and God
it ain't fair, is it?
And God motivates. Hold on, though. Let me say this real quick, then you can cook.
Okay.
Even understanding, because I like to do the research. We had a whole show on this as well. Understanding what the court system is built for. The reason that the judge is not going to be fair with you is because it benefits him. And the reason that it benefits him is because when child support is collected, what they do is when those fees are collected by the state, right? So if your baby mama getting $200, the state's going to get $8,500, whatever the situation is. Those fees go into a bucket, and that bucket is the retirement for those judges.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the percentage right now.
All those government officials, those fees pay their pensions. So you think they're going to sit up in court and help men with child support when they know when I retire, this nigga's fees are going to pay my retirement?
No.
Oh no.
He should be run up out of court. That's what he should have been doing. Because he's causing more damage.
It still
goes, thing we can put our finger on.
It still goes back to the very beginning. You can't make decisions in the beginning and not expect for certain things to happen if you don't do them correctly, man. Like that's all it is to it. You can't do that. And
yeah, but that
coming in. I mean, who's that really affect? Like that doesn't really affect people who are already established.
So the craziest part about that, though, God, is this. It's been told to men. And we have to be able to adjust. And this is what we do. We adjust. The problem is that there's consequences with that too. Let me tell you something. You do understand how wars get started, right? I don't give a damn if it was neighborhood wars or if it was global wars or if it was civil wars. It comes because you do something to a man and he says he's had to take action. And him and thousands of other men have that same like mind. And what they end up doing is fighting back. So the problem is this. Our enemy will be women. We will pummel them. See, we see where consequences is, and we got to deal with them. They see consequences, and they think it's not applicable to them. And what happens is they see society, oh, you can do it, everybody. Oh, you can't do that to a woman. The problem is that once you start getting enough men to get to the point to say, we're at war and that's the enemy. That's where we're moving to. You don't want that smoke. And I'm talking to women. They don't want that smoke. Because guess what we also are? We're executives, CEOs, police officers. We're in the military, gang members. We all this shit. And they facilitates it by just being women. They're the spoils of war. We're not. We're the casualties of war.
Can I read this real quick? This is mind-boggling. Okay, so what I Googled was what percentage does the state make off child support? This is what it reads. While the exact percentage varies by state, a significant portion of child support collected goes towards reimbursing the state for costs associated with welfare programs like TANF, TANF, with states typically retaining around 2/3 of child support payments collected from families receiving such assistance.
How's that helping the kid?
2/3 of your child support payments goes to the state, bro.
That's crazy.
Thank you, world class. See, here's my thing. When we get up here and we have these conversations and we get people that say, oh, it doesn't matter who's in office as president or whatever. It's about your local vote. And we got people not voting. This is what we're talking about. You have judges and stuff that have to come up. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't do your research, you're going to get one of these people in office. And think about it. When judges get in office, people really don't think about them because they pretty much lay low key. Nobody really wants to deal with a judge. Nobody wants to talk to the judge. Think about it. The judge, jury, and the executioner, that person has more power over your life than the president. Nobody really wants to deal with them. Nobody wants to smoke. So that's the main reason nobody looks at them. But the problem is that's the person that has the power of your life. That's the person that can levy bank liens, all type of stuff against you, garnish your check, But we don't really talk about our judges, unless it's a sister who's trying to get back at a brother some kind of way. Then of course we'll raise our antennas then. But at the end of the day, we cannot lay flat and allow these judges to continue to do what they're going to do. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Men are going to adjust. They're just going to say, I'm not going to have any kids. And then so F you. They're going to throw up the bird and keep it pushing.
That's the consequence.
What happens, here's the thing. What happens when you need to replace those guys when people like are paying them starts to retire?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be an issue because you're not going to have the same amount of tax money going into this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you. This is about 3D chess. When we're worrying about whether or not our baby mama like us or not, when in essence, we got people that's infiltrating our doggone communities from other places to bring this country down. And then when our country no longer exists, nobody's going to be paying attention to child support. Nobody's going to be paying attention to the rainbow community. Nobody's going to be paying attention to whether or not you can get your baby yanked out because of Roe versus Wade. It's going to come down to whether or not can you feed yourself? Can you protect yourself? The basic stuff. And we're worrying about the wrong stuff. So when we have people like Miss Kamala, who's telling us she wants to build an opportunity zone by making men sell weed and women sell their coochie, to me, that don't make no damn sense. It doesn't.
So my whole thing is this, man. We have to get back to making sure that men stand on their feet and fight where the fight needs to be fought and quit bitching and moaning. And not only that, we got to stop making women wives and giving them children that have no business having children and being wives. That's the damn problem.
I have a question
The
for you.
Bible itself tells you, thou shalt not have no other God before me. And when you put other idols in front of you, it does a psychological job on you because you begin to start thinking that you're gods because you have possessions. And that's the reason why your wife or your girlfriend says, you don't make enough, you don't give me enough, and the rest of the world don't think I'm worth anything. It's because my man ain't giving me what I want. That's the issue. We're not facing the real issues. That's the problem.
So I have a question for you then. About all that, do you think that it's a smart idea to have a backup plan to be ready to leave America when that time comes, when it's foreseen that it's not going to be America anymore?
I'll tell you one thing, I'm gonna die trying. Damn a backup plan, because it don't matter where you move to. Think about it. When the rest of the world no longer operates the way you operate and you have to acquiesce to the rest of the world.
Boy.
For what?
Boy.
For
I ain't
what?
acquiescing to shit.
For what?
I'm what you lost.
Think about it, man. Think about it. And say, for instance, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. I got a video in the chamber. I'm gonna pull it up in a minute because I knew this conversation was coming up. Every now and then, the world currency changes, and then a new world order arises.
Yeah.
The next world order is China. Who would really want to live in China?
China.
Think about it.
China
in their society, you're gonna have to operate them. I was watching the video the other day. This guy was walking around in China, and he said, "Yes, you can have all of your Catholic churches, you can have your mosque, you can have whatever it is you want." But outside of each one of those doggone mosques, temples, or churches, there is a Chinese communist flag right there reminding you that nothing is bigger than the state. Please believe that. And my whole thing is this: can you live by that? They women don't go around doing whatever they want to do. All this rainbow action that y'all think y'all can have and all this other stuff. They don't do that over there. They don't do that in Russia, and they damn sure don't play that in Iran. So all this stuff that we think that we got this freedom, man, let me tell you something. Freedom is not free. Did
you hear what I said?
The tree of freedom has to be refreshed with the blood of the patriots from time to time. Ain't that what they say, boss man?
Shit, that's what they say.
Sometimes you got to say, get down and lay down.
And we need to take a page. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let y'all cook. We need to take a page out of other countries. If you think about God, if you went to Dubai, a man was in Dubai, they don't have these problems with these women.
That's what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to know.
I heard.
You know why? If you raise your voice at a man in Dubai, you fucking going to jail, bitch.
Well, they show that. They show that.
Arabia, if you go to fucking any other country, them women respect their men. Them motherfuckers walk around with their head that they can't even look the man in the eye without getting hit across the fucking forehead. If you had those same laws, that's what I'm telling you. Men out here, and I think R. Payne said this. Men, no, it was Uncle Rick. Men are savages. And the only thing keeping us from getting to that next level is the law. Tomorrow morning, if they get up in the morning, and tomorrow morning, Joe Biden, have one of his mental spells and say, there are no more laws, handle things like you should. Every woman gonna stay in their marriage, and no woman gonna be talking shit. They're gonna shut their motherfucking mouth because they know it's gonna be a slaughter across the board.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying about the consequences with men, and when you fight with men will wage war against your ass. But I want to know this, God, what would be a good country to go to if the shit hits the fan in America? Give me an ideal country to go to.
Japan.
You said what now?
Japan. You talking about Asia?
Yeah,
the continent?
Man, you gonna get thrown in jail. Let me tell you something about Japan. Japan don't even have garbage cans on their streets because of their culture.
Okay,
you can't walk around.
That's not an ideal place to go when you are an American and you've been in America all your life.
Yeah, but I don't think maybe I'm thinking differently. But I don't mind adjusting to where I'm going to. I don't mind having to. I know I'm going to a different country, and how they act over there. I'm not going to bring my American ways to Japan.
Yeah, but are you saying you and your family?
Yeah, like I'll take my family and we'll go to Japan.
You've been a teenager before, right?
Yeah.
You know what teenagers do, right?
I teach my kids to not be disrespectful.
Shit. Bro, we've all let me tell you something. We've all taught our kids not to do certain shit. When they are teenagers, they run a motherfucking muck. I don't give a fuck. And listen, I got a 28 and a 22-year-old. They're grown. They were teenagers at time. Black man got fucking 20,000 fucking kids. He'll tell you every story. He give them the best teachers and everything. But they're young.
Cool.
And let me tell you another one. Do you know where teenagers run amok most at?
Where?
In the military. Overseas in the military. Those damn schools, them high schools over there. Do you know that them damn girls be fucking with 25 and 26-year-old men when they're 14 years old? And it's a bad thing.
Ain't shit you can do about it.
Yeah, but let's say
so I'm saying overseas. And I'm saying you bring your family, yes, by yourself. You will be able to do that. But let's talk about people that sit back and say, I'm going to take that ideal. Shit is fucked up in America. I ain't gonna even tell you how everything else is gonna fall apart as soon as America fall apart too, right? I'm just gonna go with the whole point of we just gonna go overseas somewhere, wherever the fuck we gonna go.
Yeah.
If you have a family, which most people do, they're gonna get into a whole lot of trouble.
Okay.
Because of the wife.
No, that other people thinking the same way.
Yeah, but even still, let's say you're correct, right? My kids go over there and they run them up. Fine. Maybe this might be a bad thing to say, but I can make a new one. You're not listening to me. I told you don't do this. You didn't listen to the rules or what was being said. And fine, you did.
How old are you right now?
It don't matter. I'm 36.
You 36. Are you married?
No.
Okay, so you 36. Say that shit happened when you're 50. You ain't trying to be no 50-year-old man trying to have having some fucking kids. By the time they turn, they gonna really run over your ass now.
Here's the thing, man.
Goddamn senior citizen. Real quick, Lost. So you're in the United States right now where a motherfucker can go to jail for fucking with your daughter when she's 14 years old. And you move to a country where the legal age is 14.
Y'all looking at this and
I'm just saying.
We're actually looking at people come across our border and people who live there acting a fool. What makes you think them other people over there ain't gonna act a fool when we show up?
I'm not saying they're not acting the fool. You asked me a question and I answered and I gave you an answer what I was gonna do. You said my kids are gonna do. You said my kids are gonna do this. I told you now. You told me no, and I said they did do this and it's gonna happen to them. I'm just telling you.
No.
What I would do
in context.
I'm giving you. See, my context and your context are two different things. I don't live the life that you're talking about, so I don't know what you're saying right now. I'm telling you, my kids wouldn't do that, but you're telling me my kids would do that.
No, that's not what we're talking about. That's
not yours personally. It's not yours personally, guys.
Let me say this as a parent.
It's not yours personally. We're just saying.
I got you.
I have 3 boys, 3 girls. My oldest is 21. My youngest is 13. I'm gonna tell you this. I've taught my kids the way to go. I've taught them how to defend themselves, how to speak up for themselves, how to speak, how to be out in public, how to do whatever. What I've learned as a parent over the years, from a 21-year-old down to a 13-year-old, is that these motherfuckers are completely different people when they're not around me. Let me tell you something. My son is 13 years old. He plays football. I mean, he's very good at it too, just like my oldest boy is. And I got to the game, and it was a game before them because they played in this big ass, this big ass college fucking place or whatever. So they had games at different times. So I'm walking up, and I hear. In the huddle, I hear, bust a bitch head, bust a motherfucker mouth. We here to bust in motherfucker's head. Blah, blah, blah. I say, these little motherfuckers are so disrespectful. Where are their parents? So I go around the corner, it's my son.
That's a given.
I said, what the fuck? I said, JJ. Oh, damn. You get amped up for the game. I'm sorry. No, nigga. I heard you. Right? You know, it's different. Kids, I'm telling you, bro, I watch my kids. They're at home. They good. I taught them everything, right? Everything. But when they're not around you, bro.
They're running them up.
I know that. I'm still saying though, if they do something, then they gotta get them consequences. I'm not saying that they wouldn't do it. I'm just saying in general, I taught them right. If they don't want to listen to what I told them to do, then ultimately that's on them, because I'm not going to jeopardize my future, my safety, because you wanted to act an ass in a different country when I told you this is not America.
I can see that for coming from a man. I can actually see that coming from a man, because it'd be more men that just sit back and say, "Well, now your hard-headed ass gonna have to suffer the consequences." Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell? So I can see that coming from a man. However, that is a very difficult thing for a lot of men that are proactive in their kids' life to just let their kids go and say, "I can make another one."
Listen, call me.
Hold on a second, y'all. JT, you're missing the point. The point that I was trying to make is that we live in a bubble and we think the rules only apply to our particular situation. My thing is, if the United States goes down, there's going to be more than you just going to be thinking, "Hey, I need to leave."
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? It's going to be a cluster. Think about it. When we had this blue screen of death that happened when people couldn't fly, that's all they have to do is replicate that, and you ain't going nowhere. You ain't getting on no plane. You ain't going nowhere. And the new soldiers coming in and finna tell you how it's finna go. As a matter of fact, there was a bill that was just passed recently a couple of days ago, if y'all didn't pay attention to it, where they said that the U.S. military can start policing people and unalive you if they feel like it. Yes, while we're arguing about child support, they up here doing the business behind the curtain. Go look it up. Go look it up, man. That's what I'm talking about, because they're preparing for the worst. You ain't leaving.
Spirit is going to be global, and that motherfucker is going to cost $2,500 a ticket.
Can I comment on young brother motivates people? Young God motivates people. Young brother.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the stage, Trey Ferg.
How y'all doing, man? How y'all doing? JT, I know you. JT, are you sipping on something? Okay, then. Okay, now just checking. I'll say this, brother, that you have a young child, man. And I just speak off of my experience of working with young children and young fathers, man. I had a father that was 12 years old, and I had a father that was 72 years old with children. I had a 12-year-old. This was one of my clients, the sixth grader, right? And I'll say this, the greatest thing where you at now, if you have a young son, and this is anybody, because, a lot of us have children up here, the information you're going to give to your baby is going to be righteous. And, like BMU said, his son was cursing. Yeah, but I guarantee his son definitely respectful, and that was wrong. The words sometimes like, oh man, but now it's a great time to talk them through the words. Use your language, use your English. You go to school, so be smart. As far as growing up, roughing it, that's part of being a boy. Like Joe Jackson, if somebody go fight you, then you fight. But you still be intelligent. And the fact that you in your child's life and you open-minded to, I'll say this, if you decide to make your family or yourself worldwide, make sure you have property here. Make sure you have property here. And if you find a little country where, you can live in your land and plant your garden and you got some fine women and your son or your daughter, I don't know what you got, and they growing up being respectful and they start that whole generational profit, that generational lineage, it can happen. As far as like where you go, think about it. You have some children that get over young enough, they're gonna be speaking Japanese, Vietnamese, American. Everybody speaks slow American language, so they're gonna be worldwide. Just keep some property though. Don't do it without property. And take the chance, man. You young, man. Take the chance. Don't think about it.
Oh no, we going. Well, at least I'm
take the chance. Let's find out, because they got these conflicts, and when the new president, one president is saying they want to continue the conflicts, and one is saying no, let's concentrate on America. One is saying I want to allow boys to be girls, and then if a father like you ain't in your son's life, he could get caught up in that dynamic. You feel what I'm saying? Now that's a whole trauma. That's a whole trauma with you. And I'll say this, the last thing for brothers, listen, if you do have a child, the worst thing you can do is not pay your child support. Pay that shit on your $10, $12 an hour job. Keep working. Stop running your mouth, talking to your baby mama. You're getting all this increase and raise. Don't say shit. Put that money in the bank while your baby's young. Go in and the baby is yours. Just go, once the DNA just confirmed it, go to court, especially if you live with a chick. Make sure you get mail. That don't count. They don't start. And just tell the court you want joint custody right there the first time you go to court. Don't wait till you get 2 or 3 years behind in child support, because now the court want that money. And if she get anything from the state, you got to pay all that back. The medical on anybody's job, it takes 20% of your pay. Then if you add a child, that's almost like 30% of your pay. But if you manage it right, and then by the time you get to 30 and 40, child support be about over with. You can have your son and your daughter once a week, 2 times a year, just plan vacations with them. Everywhere you go, they go. And the rest, man, don't even worry about it, man, because the world is going to be a little different. You know what I'm saying? Because I salute you, brother, man. Just make sure you got your foundation here. And anybody you talk about, don't go. You got, and they in your circle. You got to get away from them, man. You got to. Got to get away from them.
It's always just about having a plan. That's all it is.
Block your baby mama. They don't know her friends and do all this shit. They can't see what the fuck you doing and get mad and put you ask for increases. Like if we're like in real life, block that motherfucker on all social media. Like
you can't even associate with her like that. You just talk to your baby. If you know what I'm saying? You can't be over. You don't worry about every dude she talk to. You talk to him alone. Say, man, look, that's my child, man. Don't fuck with him. That's all I got to say. That's all you got to do, man. Don't even say hi to her. Don't even comment on how she look. Just be nice to her. Say what's up. You know what I'm saying? Ask about your day. It's easy.
So I didn't hear what you said, World Class. I think I heard what you said, but repeat it, bro.
Oh, I think I'm breaking up. I said, yeah, don't, for fellas, like, block her on social media, her friends, her family, like, block her. Stop fucking talking to them, bro. Like, stop. Don't even say anything. Just stop talking to them. Get out of her. Keep her out of your business. You know what I'm saying? Just move the fuck on. Like, stop double dipping, all that, going back to your baby mama shit. I know it's funny, but cut that shit out. Because, like, being you said with that story, she see you with the white girl, with a new girl. It don't matter what it is. They when they done with you, they want you to do bad, bro. So just keep them out of your business. Let her acclimate to not knowing nothing about you and keep it pushing. Basically, long story short, don't antagonize the situation. Just move the fuck on.
Word.
That's
Who the hell is this nigga you feel the need to entertain?
Yeah, need to know only.
Well, yeah, like the dudes going to pick the kid with the girl in the car. That's stupid shit like that.
Yeah, definitely don't do that. Shit is fucking dumb. And motivated. I wanted to ask you, because we had started down the aspect of like child alienating and everything. You had said it's self-inflicted. Some of the scenarios were self-inflicted. I wanted to know what was your viewpoint on that. We kind of went through a few scenarios, but you kind of started a couple of statements, but you was in the middle of talking about, I think, lost. I wanted to see what was your thought process on that.
I mean, overall, I think whatever you do as a man, you got to think about your decisions and how you make them. So anything that happens as a man is really going to be, it's a self-inflicting wound, because for one, you didn't have to deal with that particular woman. That's one. That's why I say it always come back for me to the beginning. What you do in the beginning is going to actually be your overall outcome. So I'm not saying you got to have like this great, perfect understanding. You meet a chick and maybe she was just so beautiful, or the ass was fat. You're like, oh, she got me. Cool. It happens. But still, overall, it's still a self-inflicting wound that you're doing overall.
Facts.
Okay.
Yeah. So it all boils down to, self-reflection and accountability. At the end of the day, we may still have some gripe, and rightly so, given that it is told to us that Lady Justice wears a blindfold and has a scale, and things are supposed to be fair and balanced, supposed to be. But for the most part, at the end of the day, there's still some self-reflection, acknowledgement, and accountability at the end of the day for our own decisions. And making do and coming to terms with those decisions for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part,
correct.
Yeah,
I mean, nobody could argue with that. I mean, that's true. Let me
But
ask
now-
you guys. Let me ask.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were finished. I don't. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I just had a quick thought. But now here's the rub. It's basically, I think someone touched on this earlier, but now here's the rub. And that is when those same levers when the same unfairness is not necessarily played to the female aspect of things, that's when we start running into a problem. And
yeah,
that's where I wonder where most of men's gripe could be. I think if everything was unfair to men and same thing was unfair to women, when the women are asking for egalitarianism, I think we would be okay with that. The problem is that in reality, they're wanting egalitarianism, right?
Mhm.
But when it's time for things to be dished out in fairness through perpetuity, they're not wanting that, or they're not okay with that, or the system refuses or struggles to be able to dish out that unfairness fairly.
See, I just real quick,
So let me just say this.
one
So
thing real
let me just say this real quick because I haven't been saying much. That's why I wanted to chime in because you're exactly right. It's all the only time they want to be equal is when the shit's convenient, right? And so that's one thing. The other thing is that ties into what our suffering, quote unquote, based on the title is. How much suffering are we supposed to take to be a man, right? Because we already know that when we're born as men, that there's no safety net for us. We have to earn our way through life. Women are born with inherent value. They are. They squander that shit readily, but part of that is the environment that they're in. In the past, people understand that shit needed to be protected. Now, feminists have taken it and exploited it to turn into something that's transactional, right? So, but men have, here's what I think. One of our biggest problems is the men in the West, and I blame this on white men. These fucking guys have conquered the world, but when it came to keeping the patriarchy together, which they turned that into a bad word, right? It's not. Because there's certain order to men being in charge. That shit's gone in America and in the West. And all the shit that we're living through now, the dichotomy and the dilemma that we live through, is based on the fact that we've acquiesced our position in leadership to emotionalism, right? The fact that we forgot about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and we forgot the fourth part. Only when your happiness doesn't impinge on other people's happiness. So we got the alphabet community wanting the rest of the world to agree to their stupid pronouns. That's just a small thing, but it's not, right? It's really not, right? We all have to acquiesce to a small minority of people who want to be called some shit, and we don't agree with it. So that's one part. But even with the women, right, they want to be president, but they don't want to sign up for selective service. Every man gets signed up automatically. How come they don't have to be full citizens, but they get full benefits? Not only full benefits, they get to rule the world. The reason why the West is all fucked up, the reason why no-fault divorce is all fucked up. And here's another thing that's coming. In California is and I'm gonna end it here. California is like a beacon that what happened to the rest of the country. California was the biggest state that put no-fault divorce in, and it spread across the whole country till New Jersey was the last state in 2007 to put that in. And ever since that was in, marriage has been a bad deal for men. It might have been something that was worthwhile 50, 70, 80 years ago, but it ain't worthwhile now. And now you got a person who wants to be president who's a California and a leftist, and she wants to take giving transsexuals sex change operations on our dime. And she signed the paperwork to make that shit true in California, but she wants to spread that shit all across the country. Yes, she did. I can show you the videos.
Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Proceed. I was incorrect. Go ahead.
Yeah, in her own words. So what I'm saying is, if she becomes president, now she can try to push to make that a federal thing. And since men are such pussies today, men in power who are such pussies today, I can see them signing legislation to actually make shit like that happen. So it doesn't have to be a whole bunch of shit to make me be against her. But that's one part. The other part is taking the parental rights away from men. So all I'm saying is we're in this pickle. Men can't really take the fact that we automatically lose our children to our wives or our girlfriends when they're born after a certain age, that 70, 80%, that shit is based on the same decline in male masculinity and what's right. And all the shit that women enjoy today is because the benevolence of men. And the pendulum has swung so much that they only hold men in contempt. Now, black men think we have it bad, and we do. But white men are really reeling over the shit that's going on right now. I know we don't look at them because they're so-called our enemy, but we have more in common with them when it comes to how we're being subjugated to women in the West than ever before. And there's an opportunity there.
If you white and you a man, you can't speak on no issues.
Right.
You can't speak on shit.
You get erased by the propaganda machine. Disney is enough of a propaganda machine that tells you exactly what they think about white men.
You gotta speak on it.
You know, so all I'm just trying to say, all these things are connected one way or the other. And maybe I didn't articulate it at all, but from the family court system to the marriage system to the political system to the alphabet community mafia. Let me tell you, if you talk to any true gay person, I'm talking about a lesbian or a homosexual, they ain't for all the shit that the alphabet mafia is.
Absolutely.
No doubt. They're not. They're not. But a lot of them are quiet, just like a lot of the good black women are quiet about the ratchet ass shit that's going on with the hyenas. You know, so the silent minorities are loud. They speak loud, just like the men. The only problem is that in men, like men who want to be men, the simps outnumber us.
Yeah. That's why you would see men, they would go in any spot.
Yeah.
They not scared to go in any. It'll be 100 people on one man that speaks, and he has his own ideal. He don't care about who don't like him or whatever. He's like, I oblige that challenge, right? But when you have the women, most women will just say, yeah, they'll do it behind the closed doors. But they don't want that smoke.
Facts.
So they're not gonna say anything.
I don't say anything.
I want to just real quick.
We can count the black women on one hand that speak out.
Yeah.
You know, the Crimson Cure, you know, Take Heed. I mean, we could count them. There's so few, the DDs and all that kind of stuff. So few of them. But the hyenas, like the chick we saw in the first video, and Shara God, whatever her name is, Shara 7, they got millions of followers.
The sprinkle chick.
Oh yeah.
So let's be real with it, man.
I wanted to address something that Boss Man said, but before
I'm done.
You had spoke about the issue, you know, because God motivates people with saying, you know, life ain't fair. You was addressing the lack of fairness, and that's what men are dialing in on, you know, as to what we have a problem with. Now, I identified it as something different. It's just like I said earlier, the undermining of our intelligence, while simultaneously telling us we need to go get educated.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like the spitting in our face type of shit. Now, in one way to really get, especially with guys like myself from the hood, you want to bring the worst out of us, disrespect me, spit in my face, right? And that's why you're getting such a, like I don't want tickle shots. I'm gonna just say the blue pill side, that side with the women, right? I ain't gonna name no names. The stuff that they try to highlight and say these men hate. Now, it's not the hate for the women, it's the hate that you fucking being disrespectful and you're trying to undermine my intelligence. Like, you're telling me one thing. It's like it's not about any of the topics, is that you're in my face saying, I'm gonna say this to you and I'm gonna do this in front of your face. Like, we was little. We used to play with the little girls. We used to play with you'll have like the aunt or the bigger brother that let the girl hit you. You can't have her back. We've done this. So it's like they're knowing that shit, right? We can do this fuck shit. We know that we educated you enough to know what the fuck I'm saying. And that's the problem that men are having. Stop playing this undermining my intelligence shit. Yeah. And that's what men are dialing in on. It's not even really the fairness, because even when I came up here, a man messing with a woman and a man is not a bisexual. for the woman doing the shit bisexual. We know that there are differences. We know that some people can do stuff, or men can do stuff that women can't do. Women can do stuff that men accept that. It's the spitting in my face that I don't like. It's the undermining my intelligence for your quick fix, instant gratification feelings, just for you to feel better right now for 5 minutes. But you're going to undermine my intelligence for a lifetime. And undermine me for a lifetime is the problem that a lot of men are having. And for the women that really care, the problem when you got a man like me kind of saying something that's red pill-ish is because I am one of the ones that you asked to be here. You asked me to change the generation. My dad was a hitman. My brother sold dope. I changed it. I did different. Somebody tell me they sick of cancer. I'm that good. I changed it. I did what you asked me to do. And I'm the ones you disrespect. You disrespect men like me. That's how uncouth y'all have gotten. That's how out of control you have gotten, because the men that you beg God for were here and you're in my fucking way. That's when you've lost your mind and crossed paths and making enemies out of people that were sent to save you. That's the problem we're having. Y'all have lost your fucking mind. And you try to undermine my intelligence when I built this shit to help you, to the point where you don't even know who your enemy is. You just shooting just to make yourself feel better for 5 seconds. But and it's the escapism in their speech. You got to really narrow down and find out what's going on. You got to always have a route to get out. I got to always be able to get away from something when I'm a female being held accountable. And the stuff that they say is so insulting. It's not just the anger and the feelings. That's the only thing they can identify. You're being so insulting and disrespectful to men, for men that work their ass off. A lot of and I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I met a millionaire when I was 20. He kept me out of this. I started watching TV in 2007. I started reading books. I wasn't in the streets. I got out of the streets. He knew who my dad was. He gave me extra shit. And I got access to a world. Men in my bloodline, men who look like me and men who didn't look like me, of a whole world of men really working their ass off to mentor other young men, to really teach them how to be better people, right? Me and my homeboy Deezy, we both had the same mentor. My mentor took us down to Atlanta. It was a brother from South Carolina that owned a bank. I swear my life, may Allah strike me down from lying. We sat there after having those men meeting to learn the shit that I learned. I paid to be down there at 20-something years old. It's about 6 millionaires, me and my homeboy, and they talked to us for 75% of the 40-something minutes that we were just standing there about women and how not to pick the wrong women. I'm like, nigga, y'all niggas know how to make money. Why the fuck are y'all talking to us about money? I don't give a fuck about no fucking chicks. They saved our lives. They was telling us everything they told us. They listen, that's the most biggest financial decision that you ever gonna make. My nigga, it's the conversation I had in 2006.
Absolutely.
I was 20, going on 21. That's what they talked to me about. That nigga owned a bank. I want to know about how the fuck, what's private banking? Teach me that. But he talked to me about women. And I didn't fucking understand how important that shit was. So I say that to say there has been a lot of progress made in the mentoring and the development of men that a lot of men don't know nothing about, because they bogged down with these bullshit wants from these females. And a lot of these men don't know what a real woman is, because I don't have a clue. They don't have a clue, because you're not even welcome into that world, because you're so bogged down with bullshit. Your life as a man today is whatever somebody put on TV, because she gonna make you feel like you ain't shit if you don't get her the stuff that somebody else got. You go spend $400 on this and Christmas that. A real woman, my nigga. They say that a woman is supposed to increase. Well, bitch, don't come to me unless you're talking to me about your ROI or your ROR. I'm supposed to give $1 to you. You're going to give me what percentage of return? When I bring groceries to you, how's it going to increase my health? If you're not talking that to me, then bitch, you just a bill. And I'll find another one of you.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
Have you ever been in love before?
Always.
Always. You always in love? Is that what you said?
He's telling you yes, he has been.
Oh, I can't hear it. You have?
How long? Always. Absolutely.
Okay. How long ago was it?
Today.
Okay.
Okay, man. You got to expound on that answer, brother. Come on.
Always.
I'm talking to the world class.
You get a smile. Come on, Trey. Walk it down, Trey.
Yeah, you know, I'm listening to him talking, and he's, I don't know, it seems like he's coming from a place of brokenheartedness, you know, because I believe no man that's a single man, young man, a lot of these guys know how they sisters act. You know what I'm saying? Like 2006, yeah, crack was full blown. R. Kelly was coming out with his videos 2002 when you was in your 20s. So from that time, any man coming out at 20, 21, you're out of school, you should be thinking about a career, decision making. You can bang as many chicks as you like, because me trying to say don't do it is a fool's move. I understood why my father never told me. He said, boy, make the right decision. Don't F yourself up. He didn't tell me not to get none. And I didn't understand that until I got about 17, 18, because by that time I was already 4 or 5 years in, just so you know. And there wasn't no complaints about, you know what I'm saying, me working, me thinking about a girl when I wanted to think about a girl. I didn't sweat a girl to talk to me unless I talked to her first. And between that time, I worked, played ball, lift weights, went to the club, danced all on them, sent them on home, go back home, work out, work. When they get on my nerves, I don't want to talk to them. When I want something, I mean, I don't know. A single man is not really hard if you don't have no children. If you do, like my man, get into your baby's life young, talk to your child. You already know who the cutthroat people are that's around you and your girl. You know who your friends are and her friends are. So you should be telling it, don't let them around. It's a whole different ball game on both sides. And the women, they're going to be who they are. Now you already understand the game. You ain't got to talk about money, what you got or nothing. What you doing? I got, what's that art, lost in translation? I got 40 in the front, 60 in the back.
No, it's 20 in the front.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to say that's inflationary right there.
Okay, so think about it. $40 every 2 weeks, man. You get paid end of the month. Everybody looking for $40 because they broke. They don't spend all their money on trying to look cute and drinking nasty wine. And the kids, you know. So if you want to save yourself and start that generation, right now in America is the greatest time for any black man, to be a part of their child's life, and because all this welfare is gonna be different. See. It's gonna be different. And a brother, if you got a baby, young baby, anybody, you got a young child, go there, get the Walmart DNA, go into court, say it's mine, baby 6 months. You've been living with the girl for 2 years. That's when she got pregnant. Make sure you take all your mail. We've been living together. Then you just go from there. You won't have to pay nothing. You'll start that day off your little $300 every 2 weeks, every week. $400 every week, $500. I don't know what the base pay is, but you save your money. Well, you buy your baby stuff in bulk, teach your baby how to swim, let them play soccer, get them away from black folk when they're kids.
He ain't lying.
Black folk, y'all know what they're doing.
Get away from black folk.
Yeah, get them away. Send them to Catholic school out paying. You know it.
Or something, man. Coach, you're not lying, man. Because right now, bro, honestly, like this is the easiest life I ever had as far as being a black man. Like right now, it is so simple and it's so easy. Just have more common sense. We know most females ain't really shit, but that's okay though. Like that's fine. You recognize them, you see them. Some of them are actually very good women. Some of them damn near want you to take care of them, but not with money. They just want to have your companionship because they have so many other men that's fucking with their headsets. They just want someone to be real with them, be honest with them. Have not even just have fun. Their heads are so fucked up. They just want to have conversations where they feel like they're not crazy. This is the most.
They want attention, man. It's their currency.
So what? So I mean, so yeah. I mean, so what? Like, give them. I'm not saying you give the attention to a ratchet bum ass bitch. That's not what.
No, I don't suggest that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, but I'm
I don't
also
walk
saying
that
that
down.
there are certain women that I deal with. Sometimes they do teach me some shit. Damn, bitch, I didn't know that. There are certain things that I actually gather information for them. A lot of females that I deal with, whether it's sexual or not sexual, I say like the majority of them, we still keep in contact. I'm still good friends. Well, I shouldn't say friends. I'm still good associates with most of the girls that I keep in contact with because they're just good people in general. It's a nice place. As a black man right now, you winning, man. I ain't gonna hold you. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, they're just a victim of their environment, man. You know,
Self-inflicted wounds, like he said. Self-inflicted.
Now, I'm gonna let you on a little trick, young blood. And in Proverbs 31, there's this line that says, "Don't waste your time with women who bring ruin to kings." Go ahead and get married and ride on the sunset like Arpain. You know what I'm saying? Arpain is the example. Arpain, can I brag on you for a minute, man? Can I brag on you for a minute, man?
What to? Go ahead.
Listen, Arpain found his wife young, and he got out of the game, and he didn't have to run the streets with a whole bunch of women wasting his time. And as a result, his wife is good to him, and he is good to her. And as a result, he was able to focus, have a successful career, damn near retired clean as a whistle, had a great family. You know what I'm saying? He keeps up with the family tree, all that stuff. He even had time to spend and have some wisdom with us from time to time. I think that's a pretty good life. But my thing is this: if you don't know our pain exists, then you'll think what you have is the greatest thing since sliced bread. That's the main reason why we get around each other and say, hey, look, our pain, how did you do that? Or Mr. Bennett, how did you go about finding your wife? Mr. Bennett said he had a 4-page sheet of list of stuff that he needed his wife to have. And he ran it down and he gave it to his wife, his future wife. He said, if you can deal with that, let's go. And she got on board. I think a lot of men need to vet a lot of women.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what the Bible says. And my thing is, gentlemen, I'm gonna tell y'all like this: if ain't nobody else told you, you better start walking with God right now while you still got a chance. Because my thing is this: that's the portion of the manhood that we don't talk about, but that's the portion of manhood who makes us who we are. That's the portion of manhood that allows us to be the men that we were intended to be. And the problem is that we don't talk about that in these spaces, because 9 times out of 10, most people, it's been so long since they talked to God, they act like he don't exist. But you want to go out here and you want to have warfare with the devil that's visiting the people who you claim to love, a spirit all down in them, and you don't know what to do. I'm telling you, we wrestle not with flesh and blood. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. This is a spiritual battle. And as soon as you realize that, and as soon as you arm yourself with the weapons that you really need, then your life should be a whole lot easier. You know, you'll be able to tell the bad from the good. You'll be able to tell those who are in between. And then on top of that, you'll learn how to be a man or be a better leader. You won't have these problems. Our painter tell you, I say it all the time, man, obedience is better than sacrifice.
True.
Because we get people who go out here and say, you know what, I'll fix it after the fact. Why don't you just do it in the beginning so you don't have to suffer?
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to walk down somebody else's pain just because you was curious. You know what I'm saying? Do what you need to do. And I point to our pain all day long. Do it like he did it. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you get what you have to get young. Find you a woman. It's gonna be hard, you know, because they don't grow good women on trees. Contrary to popular belief, women think just because they have a vagina that they're good women. That's not how that works. You know, have you been trained to be a good wife? Have you been trained to be a good mother? You know, and the first thing coming out about trained, up, disqualified. You know what I'm saying? You got to go. You know, the minute they start talking about that, no, ma'am. You already rebellious as it is. You don't want to heed to instructions. You don't want to hear nothing. Because my thing is this: if I'm talking to God, he gives me direction. And then on top of that, if I have direction, I give it to you and you buck back, we're gonna have a problem. So my thing is this: men need to stand in their conviction, and they need to start getting in their Bible and start reading exactly what you're supposed to be reading, and then get comfortable with it to the point where you can tell somebody else about it. Then that way you can walk it like you talk it, and you don't have to worry about running across somebody who don't qualify. It's like you say, you don't have to entertain the ratchet. But I'll tell you what you will do. You'll notice the real thing when you see it, and you'll know to move because it's rare. It's rare. It gives you the courage to move.
I have one thing to say about that though. The part when you said about like knowing who they are when you meet them, the rare portion of it. I think I would have to deflect on that and say sometimes you don't know what's in front of your face if you're not looking for it. At least that's what happens to me. Because I do think that I've ran across good women that I pushed to the side only because at the moment I really wasn't looking for a good woman. I was only looking for what I wanted in the moment.
That's true.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, God. Here's the thing: if you prepare yourself, you know what I'm saying, with what you know, what's good and what's not, you can actually make the adjustment. But the problem is we don't know what we're looking at because we haven't trained ourselves.
That's facts. I give you
That's
that
the issue. Yeah. And not only that, we don't listen to other people like our parents who've done it the right way. You know what I'm saying? We just think we know everything. I would rather go to R-Pain and ask him, hey man, how long you been married, man? R-Pain, how long you been married?
Now, I've been, 37 years, going
37
38.
years.
But
R-Pain's been
Rich,
married probably longer than you've been alive.
Right, they're close to it.
You know what I'm saying?
Can I interject one thing to what you're saying? I'll let you go.
Go ahead.
Well, because we're on that point right now. When you said you got to bet, I told these guys, I said this many times before I met my wife. I stopped trying to smash girls for at least 9 months, 6 to 9 months. So when I met her, I was able to recognize it. Because it wasn't like I talked to any women in between time, but if I knew it wasn't going anywhere, I just decided, okay, I'm not going to go take you out. I'm not going to do any of those things that might lead to a casual affair. So I just wanted to clear my head. So when I met my wife, I said shit to her to meet her, not nothing untoward, but the energy we found with each other when we first met, I never experienced that shit in my whole life. And when I saw her that first night, and we met and exchanged numbers, and the way it all happened, and that was 37 years ago. We never stopped talking since then.
R-Pain, let me ask you a question. What was the difference between your wife and everyone else? Now pay attention. Pay attention.
Well, first, she was willing to come towards me without reservation, without hesitation. When I had to, it's just real crazy. Even from when I first called her, I told her, listen, she gave me a number. And I told her, I said, listen, if I call you, you better act like you know me. Right. So when I called her, we went out the first day and I met her parents the very first time I went to pick her up. And the second time, at that same quote unquote date, I said, listen, I don't need another girlfriend. I'm looking for something more, meaningful. And she was on board immediately. So we just went from dating to courting right then and there. Right then and there. And when I called her, she had a little life before me. All the phone calls, all that shit just stopped. I didn't ask her not to talk to nobody. All that shit just stopped. And then, every time I needed her, she was there. It wasn't like, I'm busy this week and all that kind. None of that bullshit that we didn't play, none of those games. And we got engaged in 5 months. Mm-hmm. It was 5 months. It took me 5 months to say, okay, shit, man, I'm not letting her go. I introduced her to my my guardian, my family, and they loved her instantly. But that was in the backdrop of some of the other girls I brought home. Mm-hmm. Forget about it. But they said, oh, wow. And then, then we just went on from there. We got married like maybe a year or so, maybe less than a year later. And we've just been together ever since.
Well, let me ask you this, R-Pain. Hold on a second. R-Pain, if I could get inside your mind's wife, what inside your wife's mind, what would she say was the difference that made her select you over the other guys that she was who were entertaining her?
You know
what would she say?
That's a good question, and she could probably be the only one that could really answer that. But what she did was portray to me that she viewed me as her number one choice. She gave me those vibes, and that's why I tell men, if you're gonna settle on a woman, you got to have a reasonable assuredness that she looks at you and she ain't looking no more. And she just gave me those vibes. Just gave me those vibes all the time. We've been in settings where it was other men around, not that she knew, whether she knew, if a guy came, if we had a party and somebody asked her to dance, no, I'm with this guy. You know what I'm saying? All these subtle things, man, that she just gave off the vibe where you had enough confidence to say, this chick looks at you and she ain't going nowhere. Then, we just had those conversations. It was just really good, man. It's a feeling. It's one of those kind of things I don't think you can get with a regular woman if you're looking at her as a casual play. It's got to be something that you're trying to get into the inner side. Like, for example, I'll give you this story. I don't want to go too much. I never asked my wife about her body count before she met me. I never asked her about these things. In fact, she was going to try to confess some of her past shit.
You was like, fuck that. Shut your mouth right now, woman.
I said, you know what? I don't want to know none of that shit.
Hold on now.
I said, I don't care. I said, at that point, but she had a curfew. She was still living at home. So she could only have been so bad, right? They kept tapping on. So I said, if you learn some shit, I better get the benefits of that shit when we're married. You know, you know what I'm saying? You learn a couple of things. Don't be holding back on me if you were free. But the fact is, she wasn't that way. She was really tepid when it came to all of those kind of things. And you got to know somebody to understand that it was not just a chameleon kind of play. Because women who have a lot of sex, they move differently.
Yeah, totally. Yes.
They just move differently. If you can't pick that shit up, man, you're a fool. Just like a woman could tell the difference between a man who's a gigolo and a man who's an incel.
Absolutely.
You know? So
go ahead and ask your question, guys. I need to wait.
I don't know if I don't want to ramble, but I'll just land it there. So,
well, my question was just plain and simple. It sounds to me like you got all of that out of your system, in the sense of you was intentional on looking for a woman to marry. That's what it sounds like, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so if you're intentional on, do you think it's possible for a man to not be intentional on a woman to marry, but have such woman that's good for him, and him, if he has her and he recognizes, oh, I have a good woman, but at the very same time, he's not done with his, whatever, sowing his royal oats.
He has the choice to make.
That happens most of the time.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, like I know he has a choice to make, but do you think it's feasible for him to actually make that choice in a way that keeps the woman happy, where he won't keep cheating on her or going out on the side?
No. You misunderstand what I'm saying. It's not about her. It's about you. Because guys tell me that they try to get the sexual stuff out of their system before they settle down. And I tell them that's bullshit. If you're wired to fuck, you stroke a lot of women, that's just never going to go away.
Damn, that's crazy.
You got to make a choice. You got to make a choice. You're going to sit around with this chick and she's it for you. You got to make a choice that you're going to put that shit to the side. And you got to make that choice more than once. You might have to make that choice all the time. So the point is, you're wired the way you're wired. So I never tell a guy, get it out yourself. And that's just always been bullshit. You think just because I was married for 37 years that I don't want to bang out someone? Man, come on.
Exactly. What's the saying, our pain? The saying is, I'm married. I'm not blind.
Exactly.
Shit, man.
Said, I'm standing in line.
It's a choice you got to make.
Gas station.
Let me add one more thing.
What our pain said. He said, "Is he okay?"
It's a choice your girl has to make too.
Yeah, I you are okay. That makes perfect sense. Okay, fair enough.
Now, here's the thing, God. What you have to realize what you're up against. I got a friend of mine who wrote a book, and this is it right here. It's called "The Sexual Miseducation of Black Men in America." I suggest all brothers read that book, because it's going to help you find your purpose without letting your sexual appetites get in the way of your greatness. You see what I'm saying? So I think everybody, all the fellas should get a hold of that book. My homeboy, his name is A.B. Bracewell, and he's a psychologist, and he wrote this book, and it's a damn good book. And it goes into a lot of different things about how guys are trained and miseducated when it comes to sex. And I think if you get a hold of that, you'll get a hold of your life. I swear, I promise you will. It goes into
the title again. Say the title again.
The title of the book is called "The Sexual Miseducation of a Black Man in America" by A.B. Bracewell. You can get it on Amazon.
That might be a good thing, because honestly, bro, I didn't really find my actual strive of, I don't want to say pimping or being involved with women until about 2018, 2019.
That's good.
Right.
That's good. That's perfect.
But once I found the strive, it's hard to turn. I can't turn it off.
But here's the thing. Like our pain said, can't tell you turn it off. Knowing how the world is today in your young American time, you make sure that you have no pull-out game fuck-ups. You make sure you stay protected. Don't have no babies out of wedlock. And when when you on your purpose, the women are gonna gravitate towards you. Your wife will come to you. You won't have to look for nobody. Now, it's only you might get about 3 or 4 of them in the next 10 years that might be eligible. And you got to decide when you go stop playing. When you feel like, okay, I think I can try, but make sure she comes in the gate with everything that you asked for on your list. Like Brother Benny wrote a 3-page dissertation, brother. Listen, it will be good. Look, because some women, they can't think too fast. So give her that paper, say, go read these right here. I got 10 of them on this list. You can add 2 more. And if you go make sure she bring all her Halloween candy to your place. all her Halloween candy, all her debt, all her money, everything. If she's not willing to commit, don't do it. And never let a woman hyphenate her last name with yours. Never.
Yeah, but
Never.
the thing about that is, I feel like every year, bro, I get better every year.
You should.
So every year that list can change, and I want more. Like, so the one that I might have had, oh no, bitch, you ain't good enough. Cause now I'm doing better now. Now I feel like I can go get more and do better.
Nah.
Don't even think like
She's gonna be. Yeah, she's gonna be intertwined with your purpose, homie. So as you get better, trust me when I tell you, when you get into your mid 40s and your 50s,
good, man.
You good. But this is the trick. You need to already be where you're building with a woman if that's what you need and if that's what you want in life. Because if you're not, you're going to be doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. So the thing is that you have to get into a place where you have to understand how to vet a woman. It is not hard to disqualify them. It ain't a whole bunch of them. Trust me when I tell you, that's the mindset. It's not a whole bunch of them. And you have to be intentional. Problem is that the older you get, the harder it's going to be for you. So if you don't want a woman with children, if you want a woman that's only black, if you want a woman that is she wears a 8 in a dress, a 6 in a dress, she's beautiful, you're gonna have to start compromising as you get older, homie.
God damn.
Yeah.
You want a woman that's gonna be to a point where she has a submissive attitude. You got a woman that you know, all of these different things. That list doesn't work for us. Like women, because it don't work for them either. What has to happen is that you have to be intentional. Your truth, you being truthful, I hate your truth, is you being truthful is going to make her be even more truthful. You have to build who you are. It is not an easy thing. And it's the older you get, the more complicated it's going to get to find that type of a woman. It's
But
just,
you know
that's
what?
what it is.
It starts with you, man. You got to ask yourself, is your future worth a few moments of pleasure? You know what I'm saying? Not only that, once you figure out whether or not that's going to be worth it or not, then you can start searching for the woman. And it's real easy. It's not a whole complicated list. You got to find a woman that's one, unselfish, and two, willing to work with you. And that's it.
An unselfish.
That's it, bro.
An unselfish.
We overcomplicate this thing. That's it. It can really come down to that. Is she willing? And is she unselfish? And you got to ask yourself, are you going to be willing? And you're going to be unselfish. And you get two people that's willing and unselfish, ain't nothing y'all can't do.
But you're gonna have to mine it out, because how old you say you were?
36.
Yeah, you talk about and what woman are you looking for as far as demographic?
I would say black. I like all women, bro, but I would say black for the most part. But I don't mind other races, but prefer she'll be black.
But the demographic, I'm saying at her age.
Oh, her age. I deal with no woman under the age of 25. So 25 to about, say, 32.
And you're dealing with the same woman.
What about kids?
When you're looking at this,
she has kids?
Nah, I don't know kids. I know I got kids. That's hypocritical, but nah, she can't have kids.
No. It's not hypocritical. It's because this is the thing. So let me ask this. I didn't ask this. Do you want to be married?
Yeah, actually I do. I wouldn't mind being with one woman. It's just that you gotta be that woman for me to be with one woman.
Why do you?
Because I think only because I got so many fucking options. So since I have so many options, if you're gonna be that woman, you gotta be that woman. I don't mind being with a woman, because I think the only reason that I would want to be with one woman is so I can raw dog it and bust on her and give her as many kisses as I want. Other than that, I don't see no other reason to be with one woman.
So let me ask you this real quick. Why do you want to be married? And I ask this because even like when I started my class, is when purpose is not known, misuse is inevitable.
Okay.
You don't have a definitive, clear, and concise purpose.
Say it again. I think that went over his head. Say it one more time.
Nah, first
You
of all,
do come from Baltimore, so
come on, say it one more time.
It ain't go over my head. I can answer it now. I want to build a legacy. I'm very big on legacy and building a generation. I want to have my last name to keep going forever and ever. I want to build an empire in the kingdom. So I have to have a woman that can hold me down and have all my kids, and I'm cool with that. So, you asking the question?
So you have kids already, though. You have one or more.
I got 2 kids right now.
So that's not enough for your legacy?
Nah, bro, I need way more. Like, I want to have like 8, 9 kids, bro. I want.
Well, you better get your passport and leave
tomorrow.
Nah, I don't need no passport. I don't see. I disagree with that. I disagree with that heavily.
You don't have to get a. Listen, I'm not saying get it, but if you want to live that, trying to do that on a workman's salary, is impossible. You would never get out of debt unless all women agree to let you have sort of the full joint custody type thing. I'm telling you, if you paying out of your pocket every individual case, man, you talking $3,000-$4,000.
Well, that was the case of me having like one woman. That's why I said I don't mind being.
But that's what I'm saying with a wife, yes. But as far as like, you won't.
If you have 7 baby mamas.
Well, I don't want that. Like, that's
you
not
want one wife, right? You want a wife, right?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. So like our pain said, you just have to be intentional, brother. When that time hits you, I'll tell you when it'll be a good time. And I'm just, I'm being real, but I'm also want you to know it's gonna come.
Okay.
When you decide to say, okay, because like Brother Malcolm, remember when Brother Malcolm got locked down and then he was inside when he washed all that Europeanism out of his head and he came out fresh, that's when you'll be focused.
But he has to also understand this. He has to ask them, and this is the craziest part of being intentional because it's going to scare a lot of women. They say you ask them, "Do you want to be married?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
The hardest question is what was just asked of you by World Class. Why you want to be married?
I told you to build an empire.
No. I'm saying you asking the woman.
Oh, asking them.
So when you ask them, see, that's going to tell you what their intentions are. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to be more of you got to be intentional. And this shit is not an easy job because you're getting older. You ain't 19, 18 years old. And it's a different class of women that's out here in the United States, Western world.
And what you listening for? You listening for her to say on her own without her prompting off of you, without her graphing off of you. You're listening for her to say the same things and the same reason that you're saying.
Yes.
And that's what that
it has to be in alignment. It has to definitely be in alignment.
Your job right now, and this is with anything, your job right now, like people say, be intentional, prepare to receive. That's your only job right now, to make space for her, to make sure, and like you expect to receive her. So when she come and she blow your mind, like she just cute, I expect her to be fine as fuck. But here's what I got for you. When a woman see a man is prepared, that's a different relationship. When she know that you know, and she know that every time she need to know, she can come to you, and you're prepared, like you're operating like you were talking about God earlier. When you operating like, just for me wanting something, I already know it's coming. You want to attract a different quality of woman, a woman that's going to blow your mind. Absolutely. You want a woman that God wants you to have, not your fantasy. Your fantasy's little boy stuff. What God got for you is better than what you can come up with. So you just spend your time preparing. And the same questions we ask, and you just like JT said, that's what's going to be the foundation. When purpose is not known, misuse is inevitable. Got to be purpose oriented, intention oriented. Do not do anything in your life, not even brush your teeth, without it being backed by principle and purpose. That's what's going to make it last. Not feelings, not the circumstances, not because it's Friday, not because you got a wedding date, but because the things that you do to you, breathing and blinking, is backed by God's principle, and that only. When that shit start breaking down, that's when the relationship is gonna be. You gonna know when from here on out, you gonna know when shit gonna break down. Because when shit is not lining up, it's not in adherence to what God say and God's principles, or irrespective of what God you pray to, you gonna know when it's gonna start breaking down. Y'all might have a smile on your face. That's when the shit start breaking down, so you can start protecting yourself and preparing yourself. But you gotta start moving where it's like past intentions. Where I'm preparing. I'm expecting to have a conversation in the morning about what we're doing today. I'm expecting a response that's sufficient.
That's a good one.
Because you doing with you on a mission. You're not just know anybody, right? You you got orders. You know you was woke up this morning to serve something and get something done. You're not here to play. You get to get it done. So that's why I'm saying your reason. My bad, boss man. Your reason for being married got to be the reason God put air in your lungs. They got to be in alignment, so it could be just as assured.
And not only that, man, here's the thing. You don't have as many options as you think you do. I'm going to tell you why. Because as you get better, as you get more knowledgeable, the more women don't qualify anymore. So you don't have that many options like you think you do.
Amen.
What you put up with today, you ain't going to put up with tomorrow. I'm here to tell you. I'm speaking from experience.
It should go like this.
Yeah. Your focus will be narrowed the more intelligent you become and the more wise you become. Go ahead, boss man.
Yeah, point definitely. What lost said for sure. I want to. Can I zoom out just a little bit, and I want to give you something more, a bit more tangible. And I'm going to do this as quickly as possible. Normally, I don't speak on anything religious or spiritually based. So I'm going to take that approach here with you today from a married perspective, being 34 and only 2 years difference from you. Okay. When it comes to knowing that that you are ready to either be married, or for that matter, I didn't determine that I was ready until I saw someone that I wanted to marry, or when that person, in this case, my wife, presented to me that I should marry her. In that case, okay. So here's what happened. She came in and I found her. So one, I found a good thing. Didn't know that I did. Okay. I just found something that I liked and then pursued. The natural thing that normally happens. You find, you like, you pursue. Okay. And then what ended up happening was every instance presented a check in a box that I didn't know was there. Okay. We're talking, she poured into me. She supported me. She invested. She sacrificed. She took time into me. When someone carves out things in their lives and in their life without being asked to, when they consider you without being prompted, when they include the elements of pain of your life, of a pain of your life into their lives without being prompted to, when you're hurting and they feel hurt because you're hurting. See, these are the things that are non-tangible. Damn the kids. Because I'm going to tell you something. Kids are temporary in a marriage. Fuck them kids when it comes to a marriage. Do you understand?
I understand.
I'm listening to you, and you're saying the purpose of getting married is to have kids, to building a legacy and a foundation. And I'm going to tell you something. After them kids, then what? You're stuck with that person. You're stuck with the decision that you made after the legacy is gone. Yes. Unless you decide, unless you decide that you want to sign, and unless the purpose of getting married is only to procreate, and then functionally speaking, any woman could have a kid, just like any dog can have a litter. If the purpose of your life is just to spread your seed, then Cam Newton it out. Then you don't have to sign a document. Then
it's an empire. It's an empire. It's not just about having the kids. It's a legacy behind it. She has to be the right woman for it. I feel like she has to be the right woman to have a good legacy that lasts beyond my death.
Okay, so then I need to hear you say from man to man, I need to hear you say that the purpose of establishing a union because when I got married to my wife, a passing a seed or creating a legacy was not a requirement. That was just a happenstance. That was just a result of the union. The purpose of the union was to cement what was a reality that was just inevitable. Because I found someone who just so happened to pour into me that I didn't ask for.
Do you get what he's saying, God? Let me tell you this. If you find a woman, the nature of your relationship is between you and her. The kids are a consequence of that.
Yeah, fuck them kids.
Anything you do with a woman that you marry, the center of your marriage is your relationship with her, not the kids.
Because if you and your wife are not okay, the empire is going to disseminate. It's going to crumble. It's going to desecrate. It's going to be desolate.
You have the kids, by the way. That's not the way you want it, though, right?
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying, and this is why I said in the very beginning or in the middle or whatever about like that's why I said like, well, how do you know? And because you still have options, or that's why I said I don't think. For me personally, I could have met women that could have been good for me, but I just didn't know it because how you're saying it, how Boss Man is saying it, nigga, I'm not thinking about that shit, or nor do I even see or recognize that because right now that's not really like I don't have that in my mindset. So that's why I was asking questions about marriage and things like that because I don't think about things in that nature. So how I see this differently from a married man. You're giving me a married man perspective on what a married man sees.
Okay.
And I'm not looking for that, or rather, I don't even know that even exists right now.
Right.
Okay,
That's
so
why I'm telling you from a 30-some-year-old man, I was 27 when I found her. And I found her on blackpeoplemeet.com.
That's wild right there.
But you made a good point though, brother, because what I'm saying is you're saying to us you're not ready yet.
That's it.
Okay, so the key is nobody can make you ready but you. But if you're thinking that there's going to be some big cloud that comes over your head that says, okay, I'm ready now, and I don't want to be stroking these ass honeys out there, that's not the discriminator. It's got to be when you say, all right, I understand that the way I'm wired is not necessarily going to change, but I just found this woman that I want to be with. But if I want to be with her in the way we need to be together, you got to give up some shit to have that. You can't, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
That just sound like bull.
You do it tomorrow.
Our pain is right.
I know he's right. He sounds right. He does sound right, but this shit is like bullshit, man.
I love the face. I love his reaction. I love his reaction because he like,
man, this is some bullshit, man. I gotta give up all my side.
See, y'all trying to be esoteric with this man. Let me explain something to you, man. The longer you stay out in the streets, the more another man hits your wife's cheeks. Think about it. Somebody else out there tapping your wife right now while you dragging your feet.
I mean, I wouldn't care. Like if she gonna be my wife,
you better care. She bringing that trauma.
I mean, I just think, bro, like if she was gonna be my wife and I clap cheeks. I'm not nigga that's not like I'm not about to be mad.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna fall apart because you got clapping cheeks. You know what I'm saying?
I know
he ain't gonna fall apart. Shit.
No, he ain't gonna fall apart.
I'm just saying in general. I get what you're saying, and you're not wrong. But I'm just saying in general, like if she came to me, this will never happen. But if she came to me and she had like 1,000 bodies, and I want her to be my wife, according to our pain, I made this decision and this choice to be like I be.
A bit much though, man. That was probably a bit much.
Let me help you out. Do not date somebody with 1,000 cocks.
I know.
Please
I said,
filthy motherfucker.
I said it would never happen. I said, I got y'all though. I do understand. So that's why I'm not ready for that marriage.
So I got one more question. What do you hope to achieve through marriage?
My nigga, right now, I don't fucking know. I mean, honestly,
Well, let me tell you what is gonna happen. You die.
I mean, like, so, I mean,
y'all asking this man the wrong questions.
You die.
Listen, I have no questions. I didn't ask any questions.
No. My whole thing is y'all asking this man the wrong question. You would think being around me long enough, you learn how to ask some questions. The question is, do you see value in marriage?
Fuck no. I don't see a value in that shit.
So why
you ain't trying to get married. You ain't trying to get married, then. Yeah.
I told you
gotta
guys
ask the right questions, y'all.
I told you why I thought I should get married, and I told
We having the wrong conversation with you, Dan. Because you ain't trying to get married.
I told you.
This is why I came at him with the energy that I did, because what I saw, what I heard, was not someone that was either ready or saw value in it.
Yeah.
But you didn't ask the right question, boss man.
I didn't ask any questions.
No, but here's the thing, you didn't get out of him what I got out of him. I'm just saying.
that was a good one.
You're right. You didn't. I mean, I didn't.
Let me ask you this. Since you know everything, what's the next question? What's the next question you should ask him?
No.
You already said that you was trying to get out of him.
I didn't. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. I didn't say I was trying to get out of him anything. I was telling him what I observed, and what I observed based off of what he said was that he was only the purpose of him only getting married was this. So I said, if that's the case, then go Cam Newton out the shit. Go Cam Newton this shit.
Yeah. Because it was just legacy and what else you say?
But I don't want to have a bunch of different women though.
Here's
have
the next
one
question.
Having all of them.
Here's the next question. So we
It wasn't limited to that.
Come on,
I didn't ask any questions at all.
Come on, Kamala Jr. Let's keep this thing in the road on the track now.
You just Kamala.
Come on, Kamala Jr. Listen, I don't want to hear nothing about no small middle class family and all this other foolishness. Let's get down to the brass tacks, man. The question, the next logical question is, why don't you see the value of marriage?
I just don't see it. Honestly, I don't have an answer for you. I don't see the benefit. Like me getting married, like why? Like I understand the value in a woman's perspective, right? I get that. But for a man, as myself, you're telling me that I can only have sex with
one woman. There it is. There it is. One woman. There it is.
And that's it. But like, why would I do that? Like, why would I go do something like that?
I have to.
Just contradict yourself to me.
No.
Wait. Hold on.
I having children with one woman.
Hold on, real quick.
Having sex with.
Come on, world class.
Oh, okay.
I gotta step in.
Come on, world class.
That's how I'm.
You want one woman to have all your children, but you still won't be able to play around a little bit.
I'm gonna have to be
right
back.
now, yeah. But according to our pay, I gotta make this fucking dumbass decision.
Yeah, no, it ain't.
Let me say, our pay wife brought him a
It does sound dumb to them.
That's class.
I gotta be the bad guy.
But it does sound dumb to their generation. I understand it.
I wanted to hear the young fella respond to some of the stuff that y'all said. And this is the correction I gotta make on a consistent basis. First and foremost, words have meanings, right? And then marriage is a construct of somebody that we call God. Now, I'm gonna set the tone with this, with facts. That's how I talk, right? Did God create Eve for Adam, for even Adam to be together, or to perpetuate the race? So at marriage, which is in Latin is the word gami, which you can put poly in front of it or mono in front of it. And you have this generation thinking monogamy is marriage, and it's not. Monogamy is the newest of them. So to say that marriage is a man being with one person is a lie. That comes from the 1610s. Monogamy is marrying once in a lifetime. That's what monogamy actually means. More than most people have never done that. It's when two virgins come together and make another virgin. That's what monogamy is. 99% of y'all don't qualify for that. The word marriage comes from the word marry. Marry means, M-A-R-R-Y, means to give offspring in marriage. That is the purpose of marriage. not to have fun with your loved one. That's not what it's for.
Mhm.
Now, I don't dismiss the fact that what you guys saying is being married is important because the children are going to leave at some point, and you do have to still be with each other. But when we don't understand the purpose of something, like I said in the beginning, when purpose is not known, misuse is inevitable. We have these things called trees. And one of the trees, there is a name called apple tree. We judge a tree by the fruit it bears. So I often say, I'm not raising a child, I'm raising a parent. And I understand our interest of having a good relationship with our wives and our, husbands, for the women that's listening. But the reality of coming together is producing better human beings, like we do at work. In every other area in life, we want to produce better. We go to work so we can produce a profit. So that's what we're doing when we come together and we marry. We produce a profit, a high quality individual to make and leave a legacy like our ancestors did for us to sit our asses up here in these rooms with these microphones in our front of our faces, where they had whips on their shoulders and on their face and on their backs to make it possible for us to be the bad motherfuckers that we are. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point of marriage, for us to come together and facilitate an environment where we can produce or reproduce what God created.
Yeah.
So I do understand the interest, but that's the problem. That's why a young man like him don't see value, because his value is produce a legacy. And then we're using Cam Newton, who is producing, and I just don't understand him, the baby, Akon. I don't understand why that's looked at negative, where still in this country they deleting 649 children a day. I don't understand how that's negative.
Right.
How is that looked at as it's something different from a monogamous man raising his children? They're both the same in principle. So your reason, because it's the thing that's crazy. There's somebody that's doing the Cam Newton in another country to come delete and take our country and take our jobs. They're raising children and making children at a rapid rate to come kick our asses. Why wouldn't we? We need somebody to do the same. So the purpose you got, God motivates people is fine. You know what I'm saying? But I think the gentleman, and I'm just being accurate with it. You gotta have your because me and you got the same goal. So we clear. I got the same goal that you got in terms of getting married, finding a woman I can raise a child with. That's what my solution is, increasing the parenting ability, right? I'm big on that. I'm one of them parents that say, I don't think you need to hit the children. You need to learn neuroscience, learn how the brain works, and incorporate and include better parenting skills so your baby can retain your lessons throughout your life, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, I definitely want to have, I don't want raising the children to be some laborious thing. Again, that's why I say, and some tedious burden. That's why I say increasing the parenting to make parenting much more exciting and fun. What could we get a 6 or 7 year old at a 12th reading level? Just things like that. Could we have a 15-year-old world-class trader or world-class coder? Like some things that can make parenting fun, to where when my wife is helping the babies, or if we have our women homeschooling these children and they're getting into Harvard and Cambridge and all of these places at 13, hey, that's exciting. I can't wait to get you home. So the changing the viewpoint of parenting, I think, will change the viewpoint of marriage, because what biblically what it's supposed to be for, to where I guess we can meet. That's why these conversations need to happen, so ideas can be presented, like we've been doing here. Because at the end of the day, like we was talking about Judge Mathis earlier, if you with your girl that you love, like, and you know what I mean when I say this is my girl, like, you know what I'm saying, this is my girl. So I don't want us to not be in a place where it's like, fuck me 40 years from now. Right. What can I do to really maintain that? And being a parent is really, really difficult. It's extremely difficult for y'all to, I mean, everybody up here parents, you just be terrified all day. Like I've never in my life been afraid until my son. Like I've never, like, you just worry about these. That's what they do when they born. They just try to delete themselves every day, roll off. You just be terrified all day, and it's a burden. You know what I'm saying? And it's stressful. And I 100% understand everything y'all saying. It's stressful, and it's like when they not with you, you don't even know how to be. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know what to think. So I can understand that part, but the purpose of marriage is to produce better us. And we have to, while we're in it, be better to each other at the same time. So we're both right in a sense, but I just wanted to make sure we're very, very accurate, because a lot of men's reason for having children is to produce a legacy. Like you said, that's the most common answer for all of it. All the history I've been studying, 7,000, 10,000 years, you want a legacy. You want your name to live on, because
facts.
Contrary to what we may think, we are immortal.
Yeah. Yeah. You ever notice, have you ever even looked at why men name their sons the same exact name
like me?
They were
like me.
Yeah, it's a reason for that, right? But I definitely agree with World Class when it comes down to, because that's our contribute. Our children is like our tribute to the world community. You know, we have to be able to fortify. So like what you see right now, like, even though I definitely understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, because even you got our pain, myself, Loss, I think, and Coach Bird, we older, a lot older. And so when I hear you guys talk, and I'm glad, because shit, World Class, we've been doing this shit for what, a couple of years now, right?
Like 3 at least.
So we done ironed out a lot of things based off of our concepts and what we think. So when it comes down to like what God Motivates has said, 3 years ago, motherfuckers been on his ass, wasn't they? What the fuck you talking about? They've been having everybody, but we've heard it so much now where we've came to a consensus that, okay, this is where we're at now. So the conversations are at a point where now we can fortify. Before you couldn't. It's just been a bunch of motherfuckers talking to each other, everybody acting like they so damn surprised that they heard the shit. But now it's like, no, I get what you're saying now, because we understand it, because we're more conscious of what is really going on. So now it's just at a point where community, the contribution to community, right? It starts woman and man, and then the children. Because guess what they end up having to do? The same thing that you have to do. And what you're trying to do is fortify them to be able to be better at it than you. And then they do it, and they do it. And next thing you know, you got a community, right? But when we have a bunch of people that we're having sex with each other, we don't like each other, we got children, they're separated, coming in this world separated. So now they're like, this is some bullshit. Now they talk to people that's been living on the earth for 30 years more than them, and they get to talking about relationships and things like that. They have a whole different concept. But you know how crazy that shit looks when you have the people that come before them and they have a conversation with them, and the people that come before them be like, you don't know what you're talking about because you're fucking young. And y'all motherfuckers just been fucking up. You listen to me when I tell you what you doing wrong. Y'all ain't trying to listen to that shit. You know how I know that shit exists? Because it happened. It happened.
You know what, JT? Here's my thing. Hold on a second, y'all. Here's my thing. You got to start asking yourself. I never tell people what they should do, but here's the thing that'll help. There's only 3 questions you have to ask. Has this, what you're doing, helped in the past? Is it working now? And will it work in the future? If any one of those says no, then probably what you're doing is wrong. I'm just being honest. And you got to look at our community as it stands right now. Are we proud of our community right now? Yes or no?
No.
Community as far as in what? Because they
no. As a representation, let me say it, as a representation of us black people, are we proud of what we have right now?
No. Absolutely not.
So
absolutely not.
So why are we continuing on to do the exact same thing that we're not proud of? Come on,
he's still an answer though. He's still an answer.
Yeah, my thing would be, my question would be, just because they look like me, does that make them a part of my community? Is what I want to ask.
But here's the thing. Here's the
another
thing.
good question.
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter what you think. It's what everybody else outside thinks.
I don't care what
because
everybody
they're gonna deal with us in a certain way.
But it's not. They maybe the outliers will, but that's not always the case. I've learned through the life that I live, just because I look like something, people don't treat me just because I am another black man. Some may, but some don't either. So that's why I ask.
Let me help you out.
Good question.
Let
It's
me
a
help
good
you out.
thing to
During
explore.
let me help you out. When we were when Obama was in office, we had a summer where they just went on a spree, killing all the black men they can get their hands on for stupid stuff. Whether you was selling cigarettes or whatever, they all thought. Listen, they all thought we were nefarious. Even little Trayvon Martin with Skittles and a hoodie and a sweet tea, they thought he was a criminal, and as a result, he's no longer here. Like I said, it matters.
I'm saying
how we operate because we don't treat anybody else like that.
I've also noticed that they pick and choose, because black people in Chicago can kill niggas all day, every day,
all day.
Nothing. But as soon as the white man in the uniform does it, all of a sudden this is big headline. So I don't really understand. What are we doing? If black people
I'll help you out with that.
kill each other all day, every day, and no one says fucking nothing. Just recently, they started to name it mass shootings. Just recently, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Right? So now
That's why I said it was a good thing to bring up, because we have to be able to talk that out also.
Right.
We got to mind that out also.
I'll tell you why it matters. I'll tell you why it matters, because if
Be right
everybody
back,
else
Loss.
say what?
I said be right back.
Go ahead. It matters because how we treat each other. Also, everybody else looks at how they're to treat us too. So it's like you said, when you see these people in Chicago doing whatever they're doing, if we don't put value on our own selves, like I said earlier, nobody else is going to do it, and they're going to think it's okay to do it too.
But
that's the reason why we have to hold ourselves in accountability. Think about it. You don't see a whole bunch of Asian kids getting mowed down by the police, do you? No, because there is a mindset that Asian people don't go around doing weird stuff. They just don't. You don't see a whole bunch of Asian kids, Indian kids getting mowed down. No, it's because everybody thinks they're hard workers, intelligent people, that type of thing. But when it comes to black people, we have an image. You know what I'm saying? And our image says that we don't care about ourselves by the music that we put out, by the things that we buy, and how we talk to each other like we ain't got no sense. You see what I'm saying? Those other cultures, they regard their elders in high regard. We don't. We tell our folks they don't know what the hell they talking about.
They choosing it though. They're choosing. I can't force these people to.
These people are not being forced.
No, I'm telling you, I can't make a group of black people to not listen to Sexy Red. I'm supposed to say to them, they don't listen. You tell them that this is not good for them. You tell them they have all the information known to man, and they still decide to do it anyway. If you try to tell someone not to do something and they do it anyway, what are we are supposed to do to make them not make the bad decisions for their life sakes? Please
be a man. Be a man. And take away whatever is that. It's like this parenting thing. You can't whoop them no more. So take away the very thing that they hold dear.
Listen, young brother, listen. I'm agreeing with you on a lot, because I understand where you are right now. And this is no intention to make fun of you, but this is a time period where you're a young man, you're 36 years old, you're first generation crack era time, baby. When you were born, life was fucked up. A lot of communities, brothers were starting to take each other out at an alarming rate. And it's been like that most of your life, all over the country. And that's where a lot of this thing changed, in a sense. A lot of women had a lot bit more respect for themselves. This new late 89 New Jack, go watch the movie New Jack City. They'll tell you a lot about.
I seen it.
That's what America sort of took a turn for the worse. A lot of good brothers were lost. A lot of good OGs that were protectors of the communities were lost. A lot of mothers, except, they got strung out on the drugs. Guys going up in houses with, it was a lot of chaos, man. A lot of your brothers in your age group experienced a lot of chaos. A lot of brothers just getting out of the pen for notorious crimes that, our old president signed us off to do us like that. And we voted him in office. Today, I agree with you, man. I would just warn that you work, just stay on the path that you're doing. You have to be careful about getting yourself caught up with children out of wedlock. That's where you hurt your legacy. That's where you hurt your legacy. If you find a wife, you may find 3 or 4 women out there that could be a wife, but you have to be intentional when you meet them. You have to be willing to sacrifice. And if you listen, the way the women are today, they may agree to what you got going on, but just make sure the lifestyle that you live is about your family, your legacy, those children. Make sure your children don't, you have to be as real with them as possible. Don't assume that somebody else will teach them. And if you can stay ahead of that and be in your children's life, I guarantee you, now, I ain't making no guarantees, but I'm going to say, between you or your baby, one of y'all go have that money like y'all like to chase. Y'all young folk like that in cash. One of y'all go have it. And if he get it early, I know damn well you go make sure he protected for the rest of his life.
Fair enough.
That's where the legacy go build. You can't focus on people. The world is going to open up. You know what I'm saying? If you got a skill set, hone in on your skill set. Stay sharp in that shit. Don't complain about the women because you don't have no problem with the women. When you get ready for a woman, you pull up on them and they going. I already know. But just know what type of women you want. Is it going to be important for her to cook or clean? What duties are you going to have too? You going to take out the trash, climb up on the roof, fix the car? You got to have that too, because as you get into your marriage and you trying to build all the resources that y'all can bring into the house, everything goes into the pot. And then when you divvy it up, you just put it in the savings. Okay, we gonna have a family time with this, and we gonna do this, and don't let nobody know how much money you got. Just work hard, man. It'll work out. I can understand where you are. I was like you. I was there, man. And it's easy because you take care of yourself and you take care of your business.
That's all I'm saying. Like what you're saying to me, that sounds reasonable. You know what I'm saying I can understand and I can feel where that's coming from. The things that I don't understand is why should I have to be responsible for another nigga actions? That's the thing that that's
no. Listen, you just got to be
Nobody
responsible
asked you to do
for your
that.
actions. See,
I don't suggest you do that.
Well, I'm saying lost in translation, how the way that you word things to me, how I take it in, it almost makes it seem as though I have to be responsible.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Because sometimes I have to come out of the future, and I'm about to get back into reality right now. The reason why I said there's a certain way you do business is because your children will not be competing against themselves. They'll be competing against other people in the world and other people who have different ideologies. Okay. The fastest growing communities are the ones that are overseas. Those are the ones who have community. Those are the ones who have culture. You see what I'm saying? Because they do things a certain way. They're catching up to us. Our population is decreasing. Theirs are increasing. They're getting all the jobs, the wealth, the money, that type of thing. Okay. What we're left with nothing basically but jobs. We're basically remaining slaves until we actually become, man, who's calling me? Hold on a second, y'all. I got people calling me at the wrong time. But like I was saying, we're remaining to be slaves to the system instead of creating our own businesses. And it's all about the blueprint. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that goes to what I was saying earlier. Like our people, we had this misunderstanding that we was in slavery. We was in dehumanization, and we don't know how to be a nation. And we think we got a choice on how other nations see us, and we don't look at other nations like a nation. So this individualism through consumerism is making us sick, that thinking that we have a choice on dealing with the fact that we are a nation of people. You're responsible for what that nigga do down the street, because that nigga look like you, and to everybody else y'all look the same. And it just is what it is. It's one of those things that it just is what it is. The sun comes up in the east. There's nothing you can do about that. You're responsible for what that nigga do, because somebody that's not us is gonna hold you accountable for what he did, irrespective of what you do. Like the OGs, when I was little, they said you got to think for niggas. You got to kind of maneuver in a way where you neutralize the niggas' jealousy. Don't let them see this. Don't let them see that. That's why we had those sayings. Don't ever let them see you sweat, because you really got to think for other niggas. That's just how it is. We are a nation, irrespective of what we think or don't think. We are together. We are one. We are not Africans. We are not Frenchmen. We are not Brazilian. We are us, and it's never going to change. We're responsible for what these niggas do, and thankfully, it's a lot of us that can be leaders in a lot of different ways. So I really have to focus on just the negatives, and it's like our mindset is, am I responsible for what that fuck nigga do down the street? You don't want to be responsible for what the fuck nigga do down the street. But when a nigga across country do some lit shit, you want to participate. You're like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We do this, we lit, we come up with we got the music, we lit. So it's like you can't have the bad without the good to come with it.
That's
We
fair.
want to be, you know what I'm saying? We can, because you're an American, because you're skin brown, you go to another country, chicks gonna give you pussy just because you that. So that other chick come with it. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's fair. I you know what? When you say it like that, I understand. Now I get it a little bit more understanding. That's actually a fair assessment. I can't be like, because Diplomats and Jadakiss and them, they did what they did in the early 2000s or 90s, and I can take advantage of that in a different country.
Indeed.
I can't take the bad shit that comes with it too, but like, well, that's not me. That okay, I got you. All right, I understand.
So, and I'm glad we got to that, because I wanted to get to back to loss. Your point was, we're not proud of. Well, you had said, I want to know what your point was, where you was going actually when you said we're not proud of.
No. What I was saying is sometimes we're not proud of some of the stuff that we do. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, we still have to make sure that we take credit for the good stuff that we do as well too.
Okay.
So it's basically the same thing. The difference is that I come from a different time than him. And our pain, I'm closer to our pain's time. Our pain, you can agree with me. Most of the average black people of our time, but me and our pain came up, half of those people work for somebody, and the other half actually have businesses that they passed on to their children. You know what I'm saying? And those people pass the next business on. The purpose of having a family is to create your own type of business, to do business with the rest of the world. Now, with that being said, your reputation for dealing with other people, it may not always rest on you how you do it. You can treat people as good as you want to, but if somebody else down the road looks like you and behaves differently, then other people are going to still look at you sideways, whether you earn that reputation or not. But my whole thing is this. I want us to get back to the point where we're the ones who actually have the businesses and people come to us for certain things. You see what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. Whenever Apple needs to get their iPhones made, where do they go? They go to China. Why? Because the labor is cheap, you know what I'm saying? And they can put that stuff together at a pretty reasonable rate, at a clip. Well, my thing is this. Most of the stuff we used to do was made here in America. You know what I'm saying? But what happens is when we raise a nation of people who don't want to go to work, people who always want to buy cheap stuff, then those businesses find out, hey, I can make more money by sending this stuff overseas.
He froze, or we just
I think he froze.
Okay. Listen, I had to make
It's
sure.
the internet. I can still hear y'all though, man. It's the internet.
Okay.
But like I was saying though, yeah. But like I was saying though, the problem is that sometimes we don't see things on a grander scale. We want to be able to be known for something other than entertainment. You know what I mean? Because the world don't really need entertainment. They need people to build stuff. And I want us to get back to building stuff, you know?
Yeah. That's the one of the main reasons I say parenting, because I think y'all probably hear me be repetitive. If you heard me talk for a couple of years in this space, I say the same thing. I keep talking about the child deletions, because I think a lot of the inventions and genius ideas went away in those some smortion clinics. You know, I think that's important. You know, and a lot of inventions and ingenuity and innovations left with that. And I think the wise use of the youth that we have here, and obviously bringing children into this world intentionally, and then finding out what we're made of, us adults here, what more genius do. Kevin Samuels got to the peak of his career in his 50s.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? His genius was shown and seen in his 50s. So us really dialing into our ingenuity and our intelligence and really getting our people to prioritize. Yes, we fast. Yes, we can jump from the free throw line. Yes, we got the LeBron James. But the stuff we do, even the entertainment, is just pure genius. What Lamar Jackson do every week is just genius. What he's doing,
brother. That dynamic. I'm sorry, but that dynamic you speak of comes from the father.
Yeah,
if a father had that opportunity early and often.
Yes,
I'm saying this, and I've been saying this for a while. We have the Olympics coming here in 4 years. America's going to be on display to the world. There's going to be people coming from around the world with plenty of money, looking to spend, looking to invest. And if the brothers don't, and listen, it's just focus on yourself right now. Become selfish to everybody you know but your children. That is it. Fuck the baby mama. Fuck your cousin always asking for $20. I'm going to the same club you go to. Everybody breath stink. They ain't taking baths. Everybody doing all wild shit. Focus on self. And when the world's ready to open up, your world, just don't be afraid to take that leap. You cannot be afraid. Fear keeps black people stifled for years, but you cannot be afraid. Be selfish. Learn. I'm telling you, be selfish right now, man. They talking about letting all the young brothers just turn a woman. Makes no sense. And they're gonna be wrestling y'all dudes with those little girls. They're gonna be slamming y'all little girls on the wrestling mat. Y'all gonna be around like, get off my baby. But you ain't say nothing when you had a chance to say something.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? So, and listen, man, just move careful. Move safe. No more children out of wedlock for you. Stay in front of your child support. No more children. No more out of wedlock. Now, if you get married, you know what I'm saying? Then you just get married and focus on being married. Find shit to do, man. I'm telling you, I never thought I would be married.
Sexual
that shit has changed my life. I'm retired. Been retired for 2 years at 54. I ain't doing shit but coming on YouTube, trying to tell people, listen. The world is what you make it once you become a grown man. Once you become a grown man, whatever age you decide, it's about how far you willing to go get it righteously. If you don't get it righteously, you'll be in the Diddy court, the Diddy parties, you'll be doing all that dumb shit. But if you want to have it right, listen, whether you choose to get married, and it's unfortunate because young brothers don't hear this message, our pain, he should go into the middle school and high school. They'll love him over. But they need to hear these messages, man. The world go tell you ain't shit. The sisters are now telling the brothers that they grew up in the house with their cousins that they ain't shit. Why even bother with that? Call them over when you want to. Protect yourself. Make sure they get all the flavored condoms. They'll suck it off of you if you let them. They'll just get it. They don't care. They licking each other's cheeks and shit, so they gonna do that. Come on, man. We gotta stop playing here. But brother, don't be so hard on yourself and don't give yourself self-inflicted wounds, like he said. Listen, you got to have critical thinking skills. You got to have critical thinking skills.
And that was wild.
Get y'all lazy kids into the Olympics. We got a whole bunch of kids out there that don't do shit. Get them outside, show up in America, be in the Olympics. We take over black people. But if y'all don't stand with the women, women, if y'all don't stand with the man, when they bring these new immigrants over and cut out y'all Section 8 and all y'all little high price $3,000, $4,000 dumbass apartments, that could be 2 mortgages. But okay, you like to spend like that, creating generational poorness.
Well,
but
for somebody else. So
it doesn't make sense, brother. Like I said, get you a 2-bedroom condo. It's yours. That equity builds every year. Next thing you know, you got 20, 30 in the bank. You chilling just to play with. Everything else, it's easy game, man. Just don't.
Is it really a problem though?
Not for you, not for people.
No. I'm just saying, like, general in the general aspect of it, with all the migrants coming into America. Do you think that it's actually really a problem? Because Coach Ferg said something that kind of sparked this interest in mine, and it was that if women, not just black women, but just women in general in America, if they lose like a portion of their food stamps or Section 8 because of the migrants, do you think that they will start changing their ways and how they?
No.
You don't think so? You think
it might take a generation, bro? It might take a whole generation.
Word? That's fair. Okay.
It'll take three. It'll take 3 generations. It'll take 3 generations.
Women. First of all, I forgot what it's called, but they don't see it because I'm gonna do a live on Monday about Title IX. Right? I don't know if you know what Title IX is for women. The same women who are against the rewriting of Title IX and let men into women's sports and locker rooms, those are the same women who are voting for Kamala Harris. And she's a champion for that shit. Yeah. They can't see past their own best interest because it's more important to them to be able to delete babies on demand or to see a brown woman be president. And it's not, some of it is conscious, but some of it is that people generally, a lot of people, even black men, vote against their own best interests. So you would think that they would have some kind of sense to do what you said, but a lot of people don't see that because they don't see, if it's not immediate satisfaction, they don't understand that they're voting against their interests. And that's where we are. They're in a dichotomy. If you just, pay attention to, maybe you are. So the women in the ghetto, a lot of those women who are in Section 8 with all those handouts, those are the same women going for the woman. They're going for the woman who eventually is going to have to take money out of that and put it elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And her planks doesn't say any of that stuff. She's talking about taxing people so we can get sex change operations for inmates and shit like that.
I saw that.
The money's running out. So those things are coming to an end. And if you're a Title IX woman, I'm old enough to know this. I don't know if you are. I remember how hard women fought to get Title IX passed. It was a watershed legislation. It changed everything for women. Yeah. And now they're giving that away. Now, let me tell you, do you see how sick this shit is? Women champion the alphabet community. But they didn't understand that also meant that men are going to want to be impinging upon their rights.
Yes, sir.
So now you're losing scholarships, you're losing records, you're losing opportunity because men are competing against women. And not only that, against women, and not only that, they're coming in the locker room and they got their 10-inch dicks in your face after they beat you. You sitting down here and
pass me the table, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, women don't understand that they fought against their own. So it's coming to fruition a little bit now because they have to make a choice. You vote for Kamala Harris to be in, and she's going to try to make that shit national. Not just in California. It's going to try to go there, especially if they get the House and the Senate.
All y'all kids, schools and shit, man, it's gonna be crazy. Because men don't show up at the schools, brother.
Gender affirming kids body when they're adolescents, all that's just part of it.
Show up at the baby school.
Before y'all change gears, man, let me help you out. Let me help you out before you change gears.
Most times, oh my gosh, nigga, it's crazy.
Listen, most guys see stuff ahead of time before it comes. You know what I mean? Most women don't. We sat up here and we watched the Olympics where these two women, one allegedly, got into a boxing ring and one of them punched the stovetop stuffing out of the other one.
She knocked the candy out of her ass.
I'm talking about she knocked the sprinkles out of her ass.
But apparently she was a woman though. She said she was a woman. Like she had documentation.
Dude, she punched the shit out of her. All I seen was a bunch of Chico sticks.
She beat that lady like a pinata.
And Jolly Ranchers.
Right? And the killer part about it is, man, I felt bad for her because all of the women around the world fought hard for her to get her lights knocked out. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And she was the one who felt the punch across the world and got embarrassed because other women championed this foolishness. Now, at the same time, the man was like, listen, we trying to tell y'all don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yes, misogyny, and all this other stuff. And the next thing you know, this lady getting the sonic rings knocked out.
All the rings knocked out of her ass.
And you know what we did as men? We sat back and we
And
laughed our asses off.
I cut the shit
'Cause
up.
we told them so. You know what I'm saying?
I made it a
my thing is
meme.
this. My thing is that what we tell you may not be evident today, but I assure you, you will get it tomorrow.
Yeah.
You just need some
Yeah,
other
sure, right.
context around it for it to make sense to you.
Yes.
So that's why I don't ride young people, because I used to be young, because I did the exact same thing.
Exact
You old
same
niggas
thing.
don't know
Yeah.
what the hell you talking about. And then when I became an old nigga, I was like, damn,
Everything they said was on point.
And then our pain knew what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro,
So I'm telling you to say this. I'm telling you to say this, to press upon you, is that you may not understand it now, but as long as you listen and you get it, it will make sense eventually. And then you'll be able to make the turn. That's all I'm saying. Be available to knowledge and wisdom from others. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'll be listening. Like honestly, my dad had me when he was 55 years old. So
Yeah.
I grew up with a father who was like way older in general, right?
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
when I see different things, I see different things in a whole different understanding. So when I see things, I think I'm blessed because other people see it one way, and I see, oh, this is an advantage for me.
Yeah.
So I think
That's what fathers bring, the balance. That's what
Yeah.
a father does. He brings the balance, brother. That's what I'm saying. You in a good spot. You just can't have
Yeah.
no more like you did.
I get it. I get it. I learned from my lesson. I get it. This shit was a long fucking hard. That's why I said 2018, 2019 when I finally got my stride. It took a little minute.
But you're good though. You're ahead of the game, brother. You're ahead of the game.
I'm good
You are
now.
ahead of the game, man.
I'm good now. I'm just.
But you say,
65?
Yeah.
No, my dad had me at 55.
55.
55.
Yeah, OG. That's what we do. We knock it down.
Yeah. So
You
yeah.
ain't
Getting
got
the shit
problem.
down. Yeah.
So he had me at 55, and he was also an illegal immigrant. He was also illegal
Okay.
at the same time. So the things that I learned is way different from what other people may have learned growing up. So
Yeah.
what I've seen and what you guys are saying, I don't think you're wrong at all. I'm paying attention. I like to listen, to learn, to see where y'all are all coming from. And I take that and I use it in my day-to-day activity. I'm not saying I'll use everything. I'll take
Right.
certain things, I'll keep it in my mind, I'll meditate on it, and then I'll try it after I meditate on it to make sure this shit may or may not work. But you know what? What Ferg said like 8 days ago, let me try this shit out, see what happens real quick. Just a little snippet. And if that little snippet works, I might do a little more to see if this shit going a little. That's all I'm saying. So I think y'all guys are giving me good advice. I'm taking
You're
it
going to
all.
find yourself, and this is the thing, you're going to find yourself repeating a lot of the things that you take in, right? You're going to, all of the things you take in life, it's going to be just like what you just said. You know, you eat the meat, spit out the bones. You know what I'm saying? You take the nutrients from everything, the contrition from everything. And then you will find yourself there. One of the things that I do love about Black men, when we get to a certain level in life, man, that light shine on us very, very different than for a lot of other people. And I'm talking about Black American men. I know a lot of men that have spent time in prison. You would not know that those men have spent time in prison until they tell you. They tell you. When they start telling you how their life went and how they were, think about this. Malcolm Little turned into Malcolm X. I think that's a very important story, because when you see the difference between Malcolm Little and Malcolm X, man, it shows you all of us, Black men, we got that in us. And that's just one story. But if you see other ones where you see guys that used to be gangsters, right, in the streets, and they was just out there, and then you see where they at now. Some of them turn to be, preachers. Some of them turn to be Hebrew Israelites. Some of them turn to be Muslims. Some of them turn to be Christians. Some of them turn to just be men. No domination in religion. But what they understood was that they had to change what they were doing and who they were in order to get the outcomes that they desired, right? And this is one of the things that happens when we start talking to one another. And I think that we got it. Black folks, we the ones that really got it. Black American men, we're the ones that get it, because we would talk to people and they'd be like, why are you still worried about this? And why are you still worried? And we would still talk to them. It's just something that's ingrained in us where it comes down. Now, the problem is that, again, what was true can also get to a point where it's not true anymore. Because now you're starting to have a different generation where they're more apathetic than, you know, what we had before. I don't give a fuck about that. It's just about me getting the bag. It's about me doing this. It's about me doing that. It's starting to die out. What we're trying to do while we're still on this earth is keep that light aligned with our purpose, right? But it's going to eventually die out when we start having young folks that's not listening to us and we're not listening to them. We have to listen to one another. One reason is, when I quote my man KRS-One, old people have to listen to young folks and young folks have to listen to old folks. Reason being is when young folks listen to old folks, they move faster in their place. They move a lot faster because they get the wisdom and all these other things. When old folks listen to young folks, we move faster. We end up still keeping our follicles and things like that. It's a synergy that we have to have with one another. The problem is that when we start separating ourselves, everybody end up going into their own little space and dying off, and nobody gets anything. That's where we have to start being to a point. This conversation we have, that's why I love our barbershops, because we have these type of conversations that we will eventually, when we go to sleep, guess what we got to do? Work that shit out.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got to work all the shit. We got to work everything out that's in there. That's why when you hear these conversations, and I can tell you, bro, I've seen how we, black men and black women, we're starting to get to a point where we're listening and talking to each other, listening and talking. It's kind of like a volley, right? And tennis. That's what makes it great. But the problem is if we don't start putting a lot of these things that we learn from one another, if I don't look at you as valuable, you don't look at me as valuable, we don't look at each other as valuable, and we come on this damn panel and everybody just talking because they just want to get their shit off, right? There's no contrition in that. You will see panels like that where everybody just want to say shit and all they want to do is talk about other people and all that shit. It's not that type of a conversation. I love talking to dudes that's your age. I love talking to young folks. I love talking to my own kids when they're sitting back and they want to have these type of conversations. I love doing that. One of the reasons is it's not because of what I give to them, not just that. It's what I get out of it too. Makes me aware of what's going on. We're going to have certain conversations because I have my segments also. And you will see, I could sit back and like the music that you guys listen to, can't stand it, hate it. I can't stand it, right?
Why?
But this is the craziest part. I know the lyrics to them, right? Literally, I know the lyrics. By trade, I am a DJ. So I have to learn the music, right? But I can't stand them. We have a conversation, but I don't want to go because we'll be on something different.
Hour too.
It'll be a whole shit. It'll be a whole 6 hours. But what I'm saying is that the thing is that I look at each and every person that come up on this panel with the intentions on learning something and getting something out of the back and forth that we have with each other. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end it from there, bro.
Thank you.
It's cool. Like I had a great time, man. Lost in Translation. Coach Ferg and Art Payne. I actually met y'all on Old Girl panel. I think a couple days ago. I think.
Yeah, Real Precious. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my girl, man. Yeah, I need to go back over there.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. I came in late, but overall, like it was very insightful. It's been a long time since I've actually had a conversation where I can have a conversation where people don't get mad at me for speaking my opinion. And
we'll never do that, man.
It's on me, like, why you think like that, or like you're black, you shouldn't say this type of things, or why you have this color hair. Like I get hated on so much, so it's cool, like to go where I can just
man, let your hair down, man, over here.
Bro,
This is barbershop,
bro. Listen,
barbershop. Yes, sir.
Listen, I hear what you listen. It's not hate, man. That's not hate. That's ignorance. Everybody ain't going to your level. When you going to a level everything that come at you, it's like you waterproof. You're supposed to be waterproof right now. Is all. Be waterproof. Yes, they gonna talk about your hair. Yes. Okay. And they talked about Jesus.
Fair.
So what if they talk about him and we look at him as one of the greatest deities, then why not talk about you? Because he probably looked like you. He just did, he had, but what I'm saying is expect that, appreciate that. Because now, listen up. When you get there, when you look back on your accomplishment, your milestone journey, you already know what the devils lie. You don't never have to be associated with them again. You always keep your eye on. You know what I'm saying? But that's expected. You know what I'm saying? I understand. One thing I learned from my own that, listen, black people gonna be the first ones to put you down. But along your journey, you're gonna meet a lot of good people. And when you meet those people, you have to be respectful, appreciate the information, because they're gonna respect you, first of all. If they don't respect you, you don't never have to go down there. Even if they offer you the greatest, your favorite dish, you never eat from that plate because it's made of deceit. You know what I'm saying? If you find yourself, and I think what I hear is like you own your path, you trying to get there, and it's a whole lot of fucking sewer water. You're trying to swim through some sewer water. Just make sure you keep your life raft handy, right? And continue to swim with the stream. Don't go up the stream, go with the stream. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people trying to make shit fit when they're not equipped to it. And as long as you stay on your journey, just protect yourself as far as, you know what I'm saying? Don't make no dumbass decision, no dumb moral decisions. Don't just focus on what you're doing, man. And the message that you have, there's no greater message that you can give than to go back to those dudes that are 5-10 years younger than you, who don't know nothing about nothing, and looking for somebody to tell them that despite all that, they can do it. That shit is life changing, man. I'm telling you, man. It's life changing, man.
Here's the thing. What I want you to realize.
Dose of them telling you don't know shit when you talk about.
Don't worry, now you won't. Not if you tell them right. Not if you tell them right. No.
Hey, God motivated. You know you an old dude when somebody tell you, they call you old school, and they tell you that you an old nigga, you don't know what you talking about. You arrived, bro. That's when you know you're an old cat.
Let me not step on what Ferg just said. I was only joking, but it's true. You got to go ahead and do it anyway. Let me just say one more thing. The book that talked about the sexual miseducation. I had a credit on Audible, so I just took my credit on that. I'm gonna listen to that.
Oh, it's audio. Can you put it? Hey, Lost, can you put it in the chat? I can copy and paste it real quick.
I got you.
I know it's another thing I wanted to tell you too. Just in general, Napoleon Hill had a book, and one of the chapters talked about the law of sexual transmutation for men who get to a certain age where they start to put their energy towards getting laid to more productive things. You don't even have to buy the book to read that. That chapter's all over the place. You could just put it in the damn Google and find that chapter out. And it's kind of poignant because it's true. After you get to a certain age, it doesn't say you don't want to have sex, but it's not the most important thing to you. Not just you. I'm talking just in general. Mm-hmm. And so the energies that we spend, a lot of men spend trying to get laid, that energy is productive to doing other things. That's why a lot of men achieve great things after they hit 35, 40, 45 years old, because that's not the top thing. The sex always comes, and they get there to that realization when you accomplish great things. If you like women, you're wired, they're going to be drawn to you based on your achievements. That shit just happens. It's just the way it is. But that's something to just be aware of. We ain't trying to get you married, man. When you're ready, you'll know. That's the point. If you want to get married. If you don't want to get married because the laws are too bad in America, that's a real thing. So that's something that we as men in general, not just you, GMP, we should be fighting for legislation. Like when Kamala Harris came out with that damn thing, a list for black men, one of the things on that list should have been for all men. Hey, we're going to go ahead and look at the marriage laws, the paternity laws. You want to do something for men, you got to fix that shit.
Yeah.
That's because men are not married to get not afraid of being married. We're afraid of divorce.
That's it.
I keep hearing that. I really do keep hearing that part.
Yeah, but men are getting reamed over the coals. And even if you have a prenup, since child support is not under the prenup, if you're a multimillionaire, judges can circumvent the prenup by making child support into a de facto alimony payment.
Yes. That happened to Tyrese.
It happens to all. Shit, Kevin Costner had 3 kids with this chick. They want to pay $200,000 a month.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
That's wild.
Yeah, man.
Come on, man. What are you talking about?
And what people don't realize, when you start making that kind of money, when women start wanting half, that's when you have to start liquidating your businesses and stuff like that.
Yeah, man.
So you ain't gonna be able to make that money no more. So that's one of the things that people don't take into consideration when it comes to stuff like this. But GMP, let me explain something to you, man, how we do things over here. You should look at Black Man Unfiltered as a library, and each gentleman in there is a book. Okay. And we're welcoming you into the library as well. You see what I'm saying? Because we don't know what's in there, but we would love to know. You see what I'm saying? In the same way, we're going to be here open like books. Whatever you want to know, we'll let you know from what we know. And if we don't know, we'll find somebody else who does know. We'll get somebody else book on loan and bring them in here. You know what I'm saying? So for everybody else to read, that's basically what we do in here, man. We don't try to condemn folks for what they know or what they don't know. But I assure you, you should treat this as a library, and everybody is their own section and their own book. So that's how that works. So we're not going to tell you, hey, you're weird because of whatever. No, it's like, come on, here's your place right here. You see what I'm saying? Have a seat. That's how we look at it.
I mean, yeah, it's like I said, I enjoyed the conversation. I didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary, and when I say like that, I didn't have to be on defense mode. I didn't have to, like, some places I go to, I have to be, confrontational.
Right.
Sometimes I don't want to do that every time I come on a panel. You know what I'm saying? Man, I want to chill. Like I work all week and I have to deal with things throughout life all week. It's great to come somewhere where I can just have a casual conversation, get my thoughts out. And if someone disagree with me, that's fine. I'm cool to hear, like, yo, so what does he have to say about? Because I don't mind learning. If I'm wrong, I don't mind being wrong. If I'm wrong, cool. Let me know I was wrong. Because if you let me know I was wrong and I understand it, I can fix an issue of a problem that I may have had and I didn't know I had.
Right. So here's the thing. That's the reason why we ask questions, because we want to know. You know what I mean? That's the reason why I ask, do you see value in marriage? And then we got to this conversation, figure out exactly why. And we'll start talking about stuff that we had already mulled over. And when you get an opportunity, you'll go back and watch some of the stuff that we put up in the past, and some of these deep conversations. Some of the best stuff is at the end.
Yeah,
a lot of people, they leave out, man. They come in, it be 40, 50, 100,000 people in here in the beginning. And at the end, it's like the last 15 people, they get the very best stuff. And those are the smartest people on the internet, because they know that's when we drop our jewels.
Yeah.
Makes sense. That makes sense, though.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's been it's actually, man, ever since I've been on the BMU network, it's been very therapeutic for me, right? I mean, just being on here and having my own, channel and talking about certain things, it's been very therapeutic, because one of the things is that when you get a chance to release and let things out, because we've talked about some real close things to all of us have, right? Even now, our best shows is not televised. Am I lying?
Yeah. The backstage, you know what I'm saying?
The backstage. So we've had every type of person to come over here. And the thing is that what it does is it challenges us to be as transparent as possible with our thoughts, right? To be a lot more open-minded. But it also keeps us on point when it comes down to standing on something. Now, don't get it twisted. The barbershop can get really, really, what's the word I use? It gets rough. It gets rough. Depending on what the topic is, who the people that come, because we got people that come and do cameo appearances, bro. But the thing is that at the end of the day, man, we try to shake hands, hug it out, and then we be like, all right, see you next week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the thing is that it's very therapeutic when you can come out here and especially when you put your own vulnerabilities out here, because that's the thing about being on these panels, man. We end up, and not intentionally sometimes, we just end up because we get caught up into the conversations. We start going anecdotal. And one of the things that people used to do was when it came down to that, they kind of, they don't want to tell all of they their own story or whatever. But in Black Man Unfiltered Network, you'd be amazed at the shit that some people will admit on panels. And then you'd be even more amazed of the reception that they get from being vulnerable. So that's one of the things I also want to say to you, man. I'm glad that you came on this panel. I'm glad that you came the other day. And hopefully you'll be able to come through again, man, and just rock with us, man.
Yeah, I rock with it. I almost came on last night.
With the daughters, grown ass women.
Yeah, I was like, hold on, who is this? And I said, oh, this is them. And I was like, well, I don't know them. So I listened for a little while. Yeah. But the things they were saying, I really didn't have nothing to add to the conversation because I was agreeing with most shit they were saying. So I just
yeah. Sometimes it gets like that.
Yes, I was just listening. Like, oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was in the chat myself. I didn't come up because it was something. I'm like, I ain't gotta add nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful just to see it, just to watch the sisters go out there and they do their thing, and that's a dope thing too, man.
But
and
y'all
we
have to
don't
realize that show wasn't for us. That was for the ladies. Remember that. We just happened to be in their
we're the flies on the wall.
Yes.
That's what it is. We're the flies on the wall, and it's the same thing with them. Like right now, we got all the women that they be either they with our network or they're in our chat all the time or something like that. They're the fly on the wall. And when you can keep people's attention like how we keep their attention, man, it's dope as hell. Now imagine, this is the thing. A lot of people, they try to delineate social media from real life. And it's funny that they say, that's real life. No, all of this shit is real life. Just like what you just said. Hey, man, I just came off work. I ain't trying to be dealing with because you come up, right. And when you come up here, it gets stressful. That's real life because we're having conversations, something that was never done in the 80s and the 70s, right? You have to go over somebody's house to have these type of conversations. And even when you did have those conversations, I guarantee those conversations was not as transparent as these are here. Because if they were, you had a whole lot more people fighting because they see each other in person. So when you come on these panels and you hear what people say, this is where we get to the point where we say, duh, we need to start seeing your face. Because I don't like to see just avatars. Now we understand that's why we will hold, some people to a point. We like, nah, they can't just show their face. They've always came up here. They've been respectful. We know them. But when you come up here, and you never show your face ever, but you got everything to say about somebody else. We got a problem with that over here in Black Man Unfiltered.
That makes sense though.
We have a huge problem with that. You can't sit back and talk about me. I don't see you, but you see me. You crazy. All right, going back in the chat.
It's like those women that's on Instagram, man. They'll get these fake profile accounts and they'll act like dudes and they'll cape for women. Yeah. And we already know it's a woman just by how they talk.
Just how they talk.
No dude talks like that, you know.
As soon as you hear child,
I be like, niggas believe in this shit. Okay, whatever.
Exactly. You know what time it is.
Yeah, man.
You already know.
I dig that, man. You remind me of my my partner, man, that used to be on my channel, my boy Rob. Shout out to my homeboy Rob. Back, what is it? He has a little a hookup that he got on IG, Big Back for Life. So he does the whole thing with the food and stuff like that. And he found this niche. But you kind of remind me of him because when we was on here, and he comes up here sometimes, man, and you guys are around about the same age. You guys still have a similar mindset. And that's why, like, when you say what you say, it doesn't surprise me at all because me and my, and I still call him my partner. That's my homeboy. And when we used to have this conversation, it was that because he was your age and I'm in my 50s, and we used to just have dope conversations like that. He'd be like, when I say some shit, he like, nah, nigga, we ain't doing that shit like that no more. Nigga, that shit. Oh, and it was dope to have that type of conversation, man, with him. But then he also understood and he listened. He listened to me, and a lot of things that he put in play, it makes his life better. And one of the things that was dope to me was that he came to me and he said, man, I did exactly what you were saying. What we talked about, I'm putting it in play and it's working for me. And dog, that's what man, that shit is so dope, man. So I love talking to you guys, man. And I'm going to continue to do my work because y'all get me, because sometimes, man, I get fucking frustrated, right? I used to, but it's very easy to talk to young men. And now the whole thing is to get you guys to get connected to the young women. Because they hard-headed as shit.
JT.
You know what
They
though?
hard-headed as shit.
The young women, they not honestly, bro. Like they're
not
really that hard-headed.
Right.
What it really is that they don't know who to trust.
Exactly.
I understand that. Yeah.
That's their biggest issue. And notice when they do trust you, they feel as though since they trust you, they think that you're supposed to love them because they gave you their trust. That's not how this shit work though.
That makes sense.
That's really that's my perception of what I think going on, because they'll fuck with me, and then when I know like the time is up, like it's over. Like we had our few months.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. I told you from the beginning this was going to happen, but for some reason, I guess women, when they feel as though they make this connection, they don't want to break it.
Yeah.
Because brother, a lot of women, whether they say it or not, they never really had that connection as children. A lot of mothers and these women have fought for years of their life. And they didn't really understand what it was like to be growing up around a man. I grew up with 5 sisters in my house. 5 of them. None of them running around here just slanging and the thing all around in the streets. My daddy was the craziest person I knew. He whooped me one time in my whole life, and I probably deserved 15 of them. And he was an alcoholic. He was drunk almost every weekend that I can remember since I could remember. But he taught me to be respectful, respect other people. Don't allow people to just tell you anything and you believe it. You know what I'm saying? People tell you, holler, black folk, boy, we quick with our tongue. What you talking about? Shit, we can talk, boy. I believe that Jesus was black. Shit, yeah, we was him because he was talking like a motherfucker. So
Can you imagine how many people he was cussing out?
but it's about today. You know, even
he was flipping tables.
You know, if you walk, it depends on what you want. You know what I'm saying? If you walk a certain way in your life, because you know you've been out there for a little bit, you got some children and everything, so you looking to try to change up the game for yourself. And that's why I say right now you have to be stingy with everything else around you. Everything else is not as important as you and your children, because by the time you get 56, they'll be 18, 19, leaving the house, whether you gave them information or not, whether you baby them or not. Whether you got other children or not, they're gonna go out into the world. And I would think, just based off you, and if the group that you're with has a mindset of you, then I think that there could be a change for the future in a sense. But a lot of women, they need a father too, and they don't have it because most children in your generation have gotten most of y'all information from a woman all the way up to you left the house. Your aunties, that uncle that didn't like your father, because see, if your uncle don't like your father, he ain't shit. And if somebody don't like your father, he ain't nothing. But listen, a lot of brothers, a lot of young folk don't even know that, you know, mom and daddy wasn't in a relationship for real. They was just fucking. But she has to save face. A woman is never going to say, you know what, I fucked up.
Nigga, oh my God.
They would curse God before they really say, you know what, I just fucked up. They're not gonna do it. And a lot of women champion that. That's even in the media. The women, you know, the propaganda champions to the black women to say, they ain't never wrong. The black men that they have out of their womb ain't shit. Makes no sense to me. That is ass backwards to me. The black men that sisters have are not shit, and they can say it out loud with pride. And brothers are too hard on themselves, and that's what a lot of brothers give up too soon. They too hard on themselves because they never had nobody say, you know what, you are smart, you are strong, you are respectful. You gonna and a father that has most guys are righteous when it comes to their children. If a woman would allow the man to really just be a part of the child and not the woman, both would win. All parties would win, whether it was baby mama's city or nothing. Everybody would win because the children would be a little bit more respectful. We got kids arguing with parents today, arguing with these women are arguing back with them like they're 14 too. And what have you seen the difference between a young girl, I'll say 17 and 35? Don't they all look alike? Don't they all talk alike? Don't they all dress alike?
They do. I think just to your point, just real quick, because I like what you're saying, but like just to your point, the majority of the women, they want, it's like they look for other men to be the fathers to their children, except for the actual father.
Bro, let me help
and
you
I
out
find
with
that I find that very strange that I'm not trying to be your babies. I'm not the baby daddy. So why are you trying? Just because we might have children in the same age group, I don't want to play date. I don't want you to be like, let's bring our kids together and no, bitch. It's not. No, we're not doing that. I keep my kids away from you because I'm not gonna be with you. Why are you trying to make me come to you? Let's have this play date. When they start doing shit like that, I immediately start making my ex to the left. Subtly.
Let me help you out with that. Check this out, man. I didn't understand this until I got older, man. Here's the thing. You'll hear women tell stories about men, how he left them and all this other stuff. It wasn't until I got older that found out that most of those women were side pieces.
Did you hear what I said?
And then all of a sudden, the dad is a deadbeat when all he did was go home to his real wife and kids. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But now all of a sudden, this dude is a deadbeat. No. You got caught up. You messing with a married man. And now you the side piece. Now you're going to tell your kids your daddy ain't about nothing. You just should tell the kids the truth that you was a side piece. You know what I'm saying? And you miscalculated and misjudged your worth, and you got caught up, but nobody wants to hear that side of the story. Because you know why? Because we got the microphone now, and we can tell the story. Because before then, when we didn't have no microphone, all we had is one side of the story. You know what I'm saying? But now we can tell what's really going on. Your mama was a side piece. Nah. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Braxton?
Welcome to the stage. Braxton the Snake Fiend. What's
going
happening,
on,
man?
What's up? What's good, y'all? And first off, does my microphone sound okay?
It sounds like you're cooking bacon, but we're gonna work with it. Go ahead, man.
Eat a snap, crackle, and pop. No, go ahead, bro. You good?
Okay. I think I might have to restart my phone again or use another type of headset. I don't know. But anyways, I'm just now getting in on the combo on the topic.
Okay.
What did you think, man? What did you think about the conversation so far?
Well, as most conversation goes on the panel, I'd say it's been another good one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get you another mic, man. We can't hear you, man.
Yeah.
We can get you a mic at the TikTok shop.
He said he could. I think he said he had another. I think he said he had another. Did you have another set or something that you wanted to put
some
in
headsets or something? Grab you one of them iPhone headsets, man. I know you got one laying around there somewhere, man.
Yeah, my mic sucks, so that's my bad.
Yeah, no, hold on.
Hey, let me ask you. You on your phone? You on your phone?
Yep, I'm on my phone.
Yeah, pull that mic out. The one that you got is probably got a short in it. Your microphone on your phone is probably better than the one you're using in your hand.
Okay, yeah, I just
pull that out, man.
Took it out.
Yeah, pull that out. Go ahead. See if that's even better.
All right. I just now did it. So how
Oh,
so
that's
how do I
much
sound now,
better.
y'all?
That's perfect, man. That's
Okay.
perfect. Go ahead. Talk your
Yeah,
talk,
much
man.
better. Much better.
Okay. All right. Cool. But but I say the combo has been another good one, and so another good informal combo.
Yeah.
Did you have anything in particular you want to talk about?
Well, just to add on to what one of y'all just said about how for so long, for who knows how long, how it always has been the men has been the one who's either in the wrong in a relationship or marriage. It's like either he's already is wrong or he's gonna be in the wrong if something goes wrong, which is the wrong type of attitude and way of thinking to have, when it comes to the man and women dynamic. And like you just said, most of the women who got left were side pieces. And what really interests me is that is if and when a relationship doesn't go well, and if it ends on a bad note, or if it just ends and it doesn't end on a bad note, the women will go out of their way to make up some cockamamie tales to both their kids and anybody else, saying, "Oh, he did this. He said this to me. Blah 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 blah. He left me that way when he said this to me. He really meant this." Like, I was like, okay, all right. So now instead of lying to others, you're kind of lying to your own self now. And I said, it's something to lie to. So it's something to lie to other people, but when you start to lie to your own self, I don't know which one is worse. So yeah, but now thankfully and luckily, the guys, they have a mic, they have a voice. So now it's more like the truth are coming out of men than it's coming out of women. So I think the one reason why women, well, not all. I know I sound general, but I'm not saying
You
all
ain't got to
women.
say that over here, man. We ain't gonna bust your
Okay,
chops,
all
man.
right. Okay, all right, yeah. Yeah, so when women does that, so I guess for, like I said, for who knows how long, they knew that people will automatically assume they're in the right, they were done wrong. So obviously they're the ones who's gonna tell the truth about a relationship. But now, as we all see, it's so not true.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, they don't ever want to bring out the real question, man. They'll be like, well, he went in me raw and all this other stuff.
No,
And
when
you know
all
the
the
funny
while
thing about it?
when all the while she's the one who wanted the raw dogging,
Man,
not him.
listen, and you know the killing part about it, man. I asked myself, well, when you had sex with him, was he your husband? That
Hey,
shit,
that's
all
a
that
good
shit
question.
down. You know what I'm saying? Nobody asked that question. I just had the nerves to ask that question. You know damn well when you laid down with that man, he wasn't your husband. Cut the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And they'll sit up there and use that excuse, well, I was young and I was dumb.
Oh,
Well,
my
guess what? You
God.
got to pay for that.
Man, they
You
saying
know what I'm
that at
saying?
26
Oh yeah,
and
24. And also another thing about that is that when they believe that he will leave his main chick just for her, that he will leave her and marry her. No,
Because the main chick got paperwork on him and that costs money. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So
He been seeing you for free. What make you think he finna leave that to come over here and re-up
yeah,
with you?
look at it and check this out. We all saw that in Tyler in Tyler Perry's The Family That Prays. We all saw that with William and Drea's characters.
Yeah.
They're not leaving, bro.
Nope.
That's why I do in real time. And that was one of the reasons why I did with the Kendra G and the Pop the Balloon when I was leading with that. Because it just got to the point where the delusion and these women that's looking for someone, and then they talk about their outcome, especially when they're in their 40s, right? You can see it in real time. So it's kind of like using common sense, which ain't common no more. So we have to go with logic. And they don't have any of that. So that's the thing on when we look at these type of things, man, we can point these things out. The craziest part about it is that in real time, that's the life. This is what's crazy. When I started realizing that this shit is real, because I started seeing people that were in the city that I live in. Then you see the people that's on the panels we on and on the other, when I start seeing all these people, I said, really? And then you see they're going on there and they're treating it like it's a menu. Like, and, you know, we make fun of stuff, but one of the things that probably had me laughing, and I still laugh about it when I hear, and we had a conversation about it not too long ago, when you hear someone say, I need someone that is equally yoked. As if you're going to get somebody that you just met and you're going to know that they're equally yoked. And so when I started really looking at these things myself, I said, you have people that's asking for long-term outcomes, but they don't even have short-term credentials. They come with nothing and they want everything.
That's true.
And it's like, this is why you guys are having the problems that you're having, right? And it's not just, it's like a microcosm on the Kendra G show, but it's these folks, if you talk to people in real life, you be like, you have no business dating, let alone being married. You can't date. You don't even know how to date. So then we have to start looking at not just our men, we have to start looking at everybody. Because if they were in their 20s and 30s, and you would be like, damn, look at these kids. They don't know what they're doing. No. What we see is 45, 50, 60-year-olds that come up there and you say, damn. And you kind of pity them because you like, they don't live half of their damn life.
Don't tell on yourself, JP. Don't tell. I got to split, man. I got to go.
Absolutely, man. Shit. Same thing,
yeah, good panel, man. I see you come up, brother.
Absolutely.
All right, later on, fellas.
All right, man. You take it easy, RP.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Said I got to get my butt up out of here too, man, because I got to get up tomorrow, Saturday.
Well, you know what we got to do, man. We got to press that button, man. You know.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming out. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. All those 12 who got the Jews that then we appreciate you. Make sure you guys leave a comment after the show. And that way we can, you know, come back and get some show ideas or however y'all want to do it, man. So appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Braxton, man, for coming up, bro. Most definitely. Coach Ferg. Yeah, man. Most definitely. I'm glad we over here, man. I'll be seeing you in the chat room, man. So I on the behalf of the BMU network, I thank you for contributing to this network also, bro. Most definitely.
Oh, really?
With that being said,
I do appreciate it. Thank you.
That's right. Yeah. Appreciate it, man. With that being said, y'all, we up out of here. Peace.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. It's not on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See it showing up, we're showing out. But I pack